Welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Investment Network, where we talk about interracial love and marriage. Hope you enjoy Swirl to Investment. Welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Investment Network, where we talk about interracial love and marriage. Hope you enjoy Swirl to Investment. All right, how's everybody doing tonight? Happy Saturday, everybody. Yeah, I got something I really want to talk about, and I just want to welcome everybody here tonight, and thank you for joining in with me tonight. Thank you for being a part of this show. I want to talk about something. And I want to talk about why more Black women and white men need to swirl to investment. Okay. And if you do not know what swirl to investment means, you probably haven't been watching my show that much. What swirl to investment means is taking your swirl, okay, to investment. Swirling is interracial dating, right? And your swirl, when you date someone of a different race, you're swirling, right? And taking that swirl to investment, which the investment means marriage. Okay. My preference has always been Black women. And for me, I love Black women so much. It's always been Black women or nothing. Okay. And that's honest to God truth with me. Okay. So people would consider me back in my high school days till I got married as a swirler. Okay. And that's just interracially dating, have an interest in someone of a different racial group. Okay. But I'm not just down with the swirl. I'm for taking that swirl to investment, to marriage. Okay. The love I have for Black women goes way beyond the physical. It goes so much deeper. Okay. It goes all the way to investment. My attraction to Black women goes way beyond the physical. Okay. Black women are physically beautiful and amazing. Okay. No doubt. But when you get to the emotions, the spirituality, Black women, I mean, are just beautiful in all areas. Okay. And I seen that much younger in my days. Okay. Even as a child, I could see how amazing Black women were. Okay. And I'm seeing things going on, and I've seen things in my life starting out when I was very young till now in today's world. I've seen amazing black women and white men come together with true love and have an amazing relationship, have an amazing marriage, a family. Okay. And, you know, not everybody is down with the swirl. They're not. Okay. There's so many people that are against it. And for me, I don't know why. Why is it a problem? Two people fall in love. Are we supposed to be, open to love, right? Whether it's the people of the same racial group or a different racial group, shouldn't we be uplifting them if they find true love? And isn't that what it's about in today's world? I thought so. I thought, I've always thought that if black people and white people came together, it would solve racism. It would solve, people playing the victim. It would solve any stereotypes we got against each other, any biases we have, any hatred. I thought if we just come together with love and marriage, that would just fix everything, right? And, I look at it and I think it would make it better, I think, but people are corrupt. Let's be honest. If you study the history of the world, people are evil of all races, black, white, Asian, it don't matter. People have done horrible things to each other. Um, but I always thought if we come together through love and marriage, that it would heal things. It would make things better, right? I believe our nation is going from a segregated nation to a swirled nation. Okay. Um, Integration is much more than just living together, much more than just being kind to each other. When we integrate, that means we go all the way. That means we go all the way to love and marriage and we blend our families together. Okay. That's my opinion on integration. And a lot of people do not agree with me on that. A lot of people think, okay, we need to get along, but people need to stay with their own group. And what is your own group? People that look like you. Um, but I found that I have more in common with black women than any other group of women. And I'm a white guy from a white neighborhood, and I wasn't around a lot of black people. Okay. But something is amazing about black women. And I've always been in love with black women. And I'm talking about when I was a child. People have this thing, this stereotype that white men are just fetishizers and they're just lusting after black women if they have any interest. And though there are white men that do fit that description, most of us, it's not true. Um, but it's just another attempt to keep black women and white men apart. Okay. And it's disgusting. But I'm going to go through some stats with you guys. And I know I always talk about stats. And here's the reason: numbers don't lie. Okay. You can't fight against numbers. Okay, they don't lie. We could have our opinions on things. We could say, well, I believe this is this way, and he believes this is this way. But when you really research the numbers and you research the data, you find out that your personal opinion don't hold water when you present numbers. Okay. A lot of people are mad at me because I talk about stats. And it's not because I'm saying it, but it's because deep down inside, they know I'm right. Okay. And it's not, I'm not trying to be right to boast or say, oh, our group is better than your group and this group is not as good as. No, that's not what it's about at all. Okay. But we need to know what's going on. We need to know what's going on with marriage. Okay. With marriage stats, that's very important. Okay. And in my opinion, more people that are married in our country and more men and women that have children together, where you got both parents, I believe our children will be stronger, regardless what color they are, right? It makes sense. Data has proven that children that come from two parents tend to do better. Not always, but generally they do. Okay. Um, and now we're finding out that interracial marriages, there's a lot of data there too. And we're finding out that black women, white men tend to do better than any other group. Okay. And I get so much hate on this. And I'm like, why? If the numbers say it and we're seeing it in real time, why are people mad? And I know the truth hurts. I know the truth is like a double-edged sword. Okay. But truly, black women do better with white men than black men. I'm just going to say it. I know I'm not allowed to say it. I know it's wrong for me to say it. And some people project it as racist, but it's not racist. And it's not hateful. It's the honest to God truth. Okay. And the thing of it is, when you tell the truth, you're not wrong. Okay. And the numbers back it up. Now, I'm not saying that any group is better than the other. Not one man is better than the other. I have never said that. Okay. But something is going on here. Black women do better with white men than black men. Okay. White men do better with black women than white women. Sounds controversial, right? But that's truly what I believe. And I have a right to my belief. But when I look at the data, the numbers validate what I say. Okay? Now, that ain't the truth for every white person or black person. No. Okay? That's just data, the statistics. Okay? Black women, white men do better together than any other group. Okay? And they're finding out that white men that get with black women tend to have more wealth, tend to be a little bit more successful. Why is that? I wonder why. Well, I know why. Because the black woman has the biggest heart and is the most loving of any group of people. Okay? And when you have a woman in your life that loves you with every ounce of her heart, you're going to be successful as a man. And black women, when you have a man that loves you with everything, that sees you as a beautiful treasure, that sees you as everything in his life, that sees you as the prize for once, good things are going to happen. Okay. And I'm not against any marriage, whether it's black love, white love. Well, white love, that's racist, right? We can't say that. Okay, two white people in love, is that okay? But you got black love, white people in love, You got Asian love, whatever, right? And then you got interracial love. It could be a white man and a black woman, or a black man and white woman. Okay. I support everybody. Okay. I want everybody to do good. I want everybody to be successful in marriage. But just because that's what I want, don't mean it's going to happen. And for some reason, black women, white men coming together, we do better. And I know people hate it. I know it's controversial. It shouldn't be at all. People should learn from it. Okay. And look, I've been married 30 years to a black woman. And people go in on me, tease me about it because I keep saying it, but it's the truth. We need to hit this home. We need to tell the truth over and over and over again. Because what black women are hearing in today's world is white men are racist, they're fetishizers. That's it. We don't look as white men. People say, "Oh, you're a white man, you have white privilege." Do I really? Because everything that happened in history is my fault, right? Everything that's gone wrong, whether it's in the black community, white community, is my fault. And it's been that way for some time. And white men don't stand up for themselves because they got white guilt, and they're like, "Well, yeah, slavery happened. That was wrong. Oh my God, Jim Crow." Uh, and we get into where we get emotional. We feel bad about it because people that look like us did these evil things. So we're like, "Oh my God, okay, I'm so sorry." And a lot of times we go into that mood and we shut down, and people see that, and people will use that to their advantage. Okay. Every time I have a disagreement with anybody on YouTube that tends to be black, well, black men mostly, the first thing they talk about is slavery, call me a slave owner, a white supremacist, uh, all these hateful names. And I'm like, why do they do this? First of all, that happened before any of us were born. So I can't be part of that. And why do they say that? Why do they go in the past and try to link me with something I had nothing to do with? And I'm like, that don't make sense, right? And then they'll say, well, you're racist. Okay, what did I say it's racist? I think black women, white men are a better option for each other. Okay, that's my opinion. But what's the data say? Huh? See, and here's the thing. I know racism exists. I would never say it don't exist. I wish it didn't, but it does. But sometimes it gets blown out of proportion so much that you would think it happens all the time, everywhere, and there's white people. We're just happen to be all racist because of our skin tone. Um, and I don't mean to rant about this, but it gets old. It's like, okay, first of all, I couldn't be a slave owner. I wasn't alive then. Okay. That's not happening in today's world. Okay. I'm married to a black woman. I love black women. Okay. I love black people. Okay. Don't get me wrong. They say I hate black men, but why? Because I hold them accountable? Because I look at the stats and say you're not treating black women right? The black community, only 27% of black women are married, 30% of black men. Black women are the least married, okay? The most single mothers, and black women get blamed for being single mothers, for having the least amount of marriages, for not being submissive, not doing this, and needing to do better. And black women get attacked more than any other group of women. But because I stick up for black women, and sometimes I stick up for black women, and I go in on a black man because he's not doing right, now I'm a racist. Oh well, I don't give a shit. I'm going to tell the truth. And my priority is to tell the truth. My priority is to promote Swirl to investment. My priority is to tell black women they have other options. They can date outside their racial group, outside their ethnicity, and they don't have to be ashamed for doing so. Look, black women are doing more than any other group of people on this planet. Okay? But yet they do the best, but get the least respect. They get the least protection, but they get the most blame. And who am I supposed to blame for black women being mistreated? Is it white supremacy? Maybe there's an element of white supremacy holding black women down. But what else is it? Is that all it is? Or is it men in their community holding them down? And I'm going to say this, and this is controversial. I don't care what group you come from as a man. I don't care if you have a preference for another group of women. Okay? That's fine. Look, I love black women more than any other group of women ever. I always have. For me, it's black women or nothing. Okay? But I don't go around dumping on Becky because she's not my preference. Okay? And because of that, Becky's not being attacked. And because most of the population in America is white, Becky is perceived to be the beauty standard. Is she? Well, in my opinion, no. Not saying she's not beautiful, she is. But the black woman, in my opinion, is the most beautiful, the most loving, the most nurturing, the most beautiful woman on this planet. Okay? But here's the thing. Men will always put the women in their group first. Okay? In the Hispanic community, the Hispanic woman is on top. She's the most beautiful. In the white community, Becky is the most beautiful, right? In the Asian community, Mei Ling is the most beautiful, even though she dates and marries white men more than Asian in America. But you know what I'm saying, right? But from what I'm seeing on social media and things I've heard black men say about black women, it's no wonder black women are the most disrespected, least protected. And let me tell you something. The black man don't want to give up on the black woman. No, he don't. They tell me all the time, they say, you know what? You like black women, you can have them. We don't want them. Which is a damn lie. It's just that they see black women in a different way than those of us that love black women do. They want the black woman's resources. They are see the black woman as beautiful, but instead of seeing what they can pour into the black woman, they're more into what they can get out of the black woman. This is my opinion, guys, and this is what I see. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe my eyes are seeing something else. But when's the last time you seen a black man say, you know what, black women are amazing, they're beautiful, I love them, they're great, they're this, they're that? Have you ever seen a black man express his love for black women? And look at my videos that I have done. You'll see an Umar Johnson that says, yeah, black women are beautiful, 5'5", thick in the thighs, and he goes on. Not even married to a black woman. Has children from black women. Dogs out black men for opening up their options. But does this dude have a black wife, a black family? Tell you what, I have a black wife and I have biracial children. When I committed to the black woman, I meant it. And I've only been married once to one woman. I only have children with one woman, my wife. But yet, I'm a fetishizer, racist, slave owner, all this BS. But who's fighting for the black woman? Who? Who's protecting the black woman? I see people protecting the black man. In my opinion, and look, I'm not against anybody loving any group of men or even protecting them when they're in danger. But I just don't see it for black women. I don't see people protesting for black women. I don't see people expressing their love for black women. I don't see it. Where are they? But yet, it's such a problem for me to express love for black women and to believe that I'm the best option for black women. And not just me, but non black men in general. Because I know where my heart is. And I know men that think like me, that love black women, that pour everything they have into black women. But yet we get hate for that. We get hate for expressing how we feel about black women. What, we're not supposed to protect black women? If some dude's attacking them that looks like that's black like the black woman, I'm just supposed to stand there. Oh my God, black women, I'm gonna protect you. Another white guy comes in, yeah, no problem. A black guy, oh my God, that's not my lane. Let me get out of here. Oh, I think that's what people expect. Sorry, guys, I'm just ranting. Some things just really piss me off because it makes no sense. Why the hell does a man have to be uplifted? I don't get it. You know what? Why is it that us as men can't sit down and say, you know what? May the best man win, whatever he is. And you know what? If the numbers don't favor me, well, it is what it is. I got to do better. And just leave it at that. You know, I've had people say, "Oh, you talk about black women, white men. How about doing videos on black men, white women?" And I'm like, "Are you out of your damn mind? Why would I do that? You got several channels that do that." But it's not about that. It's about destroying my platform. It's about destroying my beliefs because people disagree. And it's about destroying black women and white men relationships. And the reason they want to destroy it, because the world is changing. Let me tell you something. We might have came out of a segregated country, but those days are over. And we're going into a swirl nation. Whether you like it or not, we're going to be biracial in a few years. Okay? And a lot of people already are biracial because people are coming together. People are opening up their options. Look, black men have been fighting to be with white women forever, right? You think a civil rights thing was just about us getting along and equal treatment? No. A lot of that was black men being able to be with white women. And look, that's great. I'm all for it. I'm not against it. Hey, be with whoever you want to be with. Okay? That's where our nation's going, guys. Whether you like it or not. These white nationalists and these Hotep heroes, the world you want is going away. It's gone. It's just a matter of time. And that's okay. That's a good thing. Maybe us as a nation could come together for once and not live in the past, where we can live in the here and now and come together and make this nation better. Where we don't have to walk around with guilt all the time and then walk around as victims. And maybe we could just. Okay, sorry, I knocked my mic off. But anyway, okay, that's my thoughts, okay? And let me put this up here right now, okay? And look, the reason I have to do this copyright notice is because people are going to use my videos to attack me, my wife, my family, most, and unless you have permission to use my videos or my content, you don't have the right to use it. If you want to use it, you email me and get written permission. Okay. This, and there it is. That's a copyright notice. Okay. Fair use is about research, education. Okay. It's not about harassment. It's not about attacking a man's family. So don't get that twisted. The fair use. Okay. If you want to use my video, you write to me in my email for permission. We'll talk about it. Okay. This is my content. Usually I would let people use it freely, even if they disagreed. But some people go overboard and they just want to slam you, your family, and I'm tired of it. So that's why that's up there. Okay. Anyway, okay, so it's there. I don't consent to anybody using it without permission. Now, if it's not harassing me or my family, I'll probably let it go. But if it is, look. Anyway, it's sad I have to go to that, right? But anyway, I got some slides to show you guys. All right. And one thing, when I use people's content, I never slam them unless they attack me first. And if I use it, it's usually positive, promoting other people, promoting their platform. Okay. All right. Let me do the copyright disclaimer real quick. Okay, I'm going to be showing you some videos, guys. All right. And this is for copyright disclaimer, fair use, okay? The videos I use, I will not be harassing anybody. I will not be speaking negative on nobody. I will strictly use it for educational purposes and to uplift other people's platforms, okay? I will not go in on anybody's family members. All right, there it is. All right. Okay. You probably wonder what the heck is he talking about? Hey, I got to protect my own, right? All right. I really don't. Yeah. I don't like using other people's content unless it's to uplift them and share a positive light. Now, if you attack me and my family, I'm going in on you. Just the way it is. Okay. All right, guys. I got some slides I want to show you guys, and I got some videos. Okay. And I want to open up. I'm going to drop the link when I'm done so you guys can talk to me if you want and give your opinion. Okay. Now, my show is about why more black women, white men need to open up their options. And when I say white men, that's not just white men. That means Asian men. That means Hispanic men. That means all groups of non-black men need to open up their options to black women. Okay? Black women, open up your options. You're better off. Okay? Now, I don't want no Tyrone to come in and say, well, what about the black man? Well, you have black love and you have the swirl on the other end, right? You got SYSBM, and that's wonderful. Do you? Okay. I support you where you go. Okay. But this is about black women and white men, black women and non-black men. That's what this channel is. Okay. And it's about uplifting black women. So if you're not part of that, you disagree, go away. I ain't got time for it. Okay? Yeah, give me a thumbs up, please. Okay. All right. Enough of the babbling and ranting. Okay, I'm going to show you some statistics. People love statistics, don't they? Ooh, yeah. I love statistics. Sometimes I don't love them when I don't benefit, but that's human nature, right? But you know what? We got to accept the truth. It is what it is, right? Okay. Let me add this slide. You've seen this one, okay? And you can Google this. They've done many surveys. And according to the Census Bureau, okay, the US Census, black wife, white husband marriage has the lowest divorce rates. Okay? That's the US Census. This ain't Roadrunner 89 just throwing some damn numbers up to look good. No, that's not what it is. It's not a lie. Okay, it's not white supremacy trying to make the black man look bad. No, it's not. It's telling the truth, okay? The lowest divorce rate is black women, white men. Okay? That is the truth. You can look it up. And I encourage you to do so. If you don't believe me, look it up. If you do believe me, look it up. Do some research. Thank God for media, right? Thank God for research because if we just went on generalizations and how people feel, we would never know this. We would think that it would be the total opposite, but this is what it is. Okay. All right. Now we got that. Now, I'm going to add this slide, and this is the purpose of my channel. Okay. I know I talk about this, but I need to eliminate the confusion. Okay. Now, the Roadrunner 89 Swirl to Investment Network is to promote interracial relationships, white men and black women, okay? I.e., non black men and black women, okay? It's not to promote Tyrone and Becky, okay? So don't come to me with that. You got several platforms for that, okay? Number two, it's about love, respect, and protect black women. Okay. That means telling the truth about black women. Okay. We're not going to bash black women. We're going to uplift them, black women, and love black women. And all we got to do to uplift the black woman is tell the truth. Okay. She's the most loving, most nurturing, most educated. I mean, the black woman is the most beautiful. I mean, what can I say? If I tell the truth, hey, can't go wrong with telling the truth. Okay. And that's what we do here. Number three, hold the men on the channel accountable. Let me tell you something. Okay. Let me make this freaking clear. Okay. First of all, if you're a white man or a non-black man that loves black women, that's wonderful. That's beautiful. And this platform's for you. Unless you're looking for a quick hookup or to experience a black woman. Okay. If you're about that, get the hell off my channel. Okay. This is about Swirl to investment. This is about loving and respecting black women. Okay. And look, I've had to get rid of some non-black jokers on this channel. I ain't got time for this. Look, black women have been taken advantage of, have been exploited for centuries. Okay. I'm not going to condone that BS. And look, I've had to get rid of people because they're not into the swirl to investment. They're about having fun and the sexual hookup. No, this is not what this channel is. Okay. I know there's swirl groups that get together and do that thing. No, that's not this. This is taking your swirl to investment, to marriage. Okay. If you don't love a black woman enough to marry her, get the hell off my channel. Okay. All right. I think that pretty much sums it up, right? Hold men accountable on this channel. Look, we're men. We got to be held accountable. All right. Number four, respect faith and morals and opinions. Okay. When you're on this channel, look, I'm a Christian, but you don't have to be a Christian to be a part of the Roadrunner Network. Okay. Your faith, your decisions, that's up to you. I love you regardless. Okay. So don't think you got to think exactly like me. We all think different. That's fine. But I respect your faith. You respect mine. We move forward. Okay. Protect the image of black women. Okay. All right. That means we tell the truth again about black women, right? We protect her image. Okay. That's a form of protection. And black women are beautiful, amazing, and loving. Okay. Now, there are some evil black women in this world. Okay. There's evil in every group. Okay. But black women as a group are amazing women. Very beautiful inside and out. Most black women are that. Okay. We're going to protect the black woman's image. And we're going to protect the image of white men and black women, white men relationships. Okay. We're going to highlight this success of black women and white men relationships. Okay. Now, not all black women, white men relationships work. Some are toxic. Okay. I get it. We're not going to just uplift them because they're black women, white men, but we're going to uplift the ones doing well, which is most. Okay. Number 7, create a network for black women and non-black men to come together for love and marriage. Love and marriage. Okay. Not for an experience, but love and marriage. Okay. That's the purpose of this channel. This is what this is about. Okay. All right. All right. Now, competing for black women, white men, listen to me. Non-black men, listen to me. Okay. When it says white men competing for black women, that means non-black men too. Okay. You can be an Asian guy. I'm talking to you also. Okay. Number 1, approach. So many times I hear about white men that just stare and won't approach. Okay, this is ridiculous. Okay, you gotta make your move. All right, look, you're a man, she's a woman. Just keep it simple. Approach. Be forward. Listen to me, white men. Be forward with black women. Let them know your intentions. Don't try to bullshit her. Sorry, excuse my language. Don't try to BS her. Don't try to play games. Just be forward. Let her know your intentions. Be forward, but show love and respect, okay? One thing about black women, and I've learned this, and many black women tell me this, is they want a man that's straight up and to the point. They don't want to play games. They want to know your intentions. Okay. They don't want you to just be nice to her, talk to her, have a good conversation, and you're cool. No. If you're into her, you're attracted to her, let it be known. Okay. Black women are different from white women. Okay. It's a cultural thing. Okay. Now, you gotta be loving and respectful. Okay. Black women love men that are confident, that will just make the move. But she wants you to have some humility too. Black women don't get turned on by big egos. Okay. But they do like confidence and humility. Okay. Number 2, express your love and affection. Connect emotionally and spiritually. Okay. A lot of times we don't know how to love women. Okay. And let me say this. A lot of times I think relationships with black women don't work is because the men don't know how to love black women. And you're going to hate me for this, but black men, a lot of you don't know how to really love black women. Okay? And I'm not talking about the physical, that's only a part of it. Okay? I'm talking about spiritually, emotionally. Okay? Pouring into her. Forget about what she's going to do for you. What can you do for her? Okay? And I'm talking to all men. Listen to me. Okay? You got to learn how to love the black woman the right way. And I shouldn't just say black women, women in general. Learn how to love women. Okay? A woman, you don't just satisfy women physically. Okay? That's part of it. But spiritually and emotionally too. Women want to feel protected. They want to feel loved. They want to feel beautiful. Okay? And put your ego in check. Okay? You're not all that until you learn how to love a woman the right way. And I guarantee you do that, the physical will be awesome. Okay? A lot of times guys just so focused on the physical, they don't even get to know what women really want. Okay? They don't even, I could talk all day about this. Okay? Okay. Express your love and affection, connect emotionally and spiritually. Okay? You got to connect on all levels. Okay? A lot of times we jump in the physical and hope everything else works out. Well, a lot of times it don't work that way. Okay? You got to do it the right way. Uplift her and make her feel beautiful and special. Okay? If your wife or girlfriend don't feel like she's the most beautiful woman around you, you're doing something wrong. And if you can't fix it, you need to go away. Leave her alone. Okay? And if look, if the woman you're with does not feel safe, secure, and beautiful, it's your fault, man. Man up. Fix it. Number 4, move with confidence and humility. Confidence and humility. Can you be confident and be humble? Yes, you can. Okay? Have that can-do attitude, but understand, look, I'm not better than anybody, but I'm not beneath anybody either. Okay? Confidence and humility, it does go together. Okay? Now, protect her physically. Okay? Look, black women are for grown-ups. You got to love her the right way. You got to protect her physically, but not just physically, emotionally and spiritually. Look, love comes in different layers. Okay? There's so many areas of love that you got to cover, that you got to be victorious on. Okay? The physical comes last, or it should come last. Okay? And you got to have patience because, you know, a lot of guys think if you date a woman and she ain't sleeping with you in the first few dates, something's wrong. No, it's not supposed to go that way. You, you know, and look, I'm traditional. You're not supposed to hit the bedroom till you're married. Okay. I know that's not popular in today's world, but that's the way it should be. Okay. But white men competing for black women, that's what you need to do. Be confident. Look, but have humility. Okay. Have the courage to approach her, talk to her. Okay. And be yourself. Love and respect. Don't talk about how amazing her body is. That's stupid. Okay. You can tell her she's beautiful. That's great. Love and respect. Okay. All right. Let me remove that. Now, all right, this slide here. Now, I showed this in my last video. I'm going to show it again. Okay. Black women should consider opening up their options. Okay. I'm going to give you some reasons. Number 1, black women, you outnumber black men by over 2 million. Okay. So right at the start, you're at a 2 million plus deficit. Okay, black women. That's if you're race loyal. Okay, number 2, 30% of black men are married, 27% of black women are married. You know, in today's world, marriage rates are horrible in all communities, but in the black community, it's in last place. Okay, and I'm not happy to say that. That's horrible. But black women, only 27% of you are getting married. Okay. And then number 3, black adults have the highest divorce rate and lowest marriage rate. Okay. And then when black men open up their options, they do worse than they did with black women. Okay. I've heard people say on YouTube that black women are, white women get the same black man, right? And what's that mean? The divorce rates are still horrible. The out of birth wedlock rate is horrible. Okay. Now, should I be silent and not say nothing? Or should I tell the truth? Okay. According to the Census Bureau data, black wife, white husband marriages have the lowest divorce rate. Look, it's the U.S. Census. If you want to challenge them, go ahead. But look, the Census Bureau has the numbers, okay? It's very hard to dispute them. Just saying. Black women, consider opening up your options. You're outnumbered by 2 million. Only 27% of you are getting married. And not only that, black people tend to get married later on in life. And why, I don't know. Some people say, well, they want to make sure that marriage is right. They want to take their time. And look, I'm not saying jump into a marriage, but how much time you need? Till you're 30, 40, 50, 60. And then you ain't got it no more, then settle down and get married. I don't know. I was married at 24. And I was a late bloomer in my family. I come from a very traditional family. People in my family get married real young, and they have for centuries. But our marriages tend to work. I've been married 30 years. My brother's been married 20 years. My oldest daughter's been married 8 years now. I mean, we have longevity in marriage. We're traditional. Okay. And I'm telling you, black women, if you want a traditional man and you want marriage, if that's what you want, it's up to you. You need to consider opening up your options. Because in the black community, black people ain't getting married like that. They're just not. I wish they would. I wish black love was booming and at 80%, but it's not. Yeah, I wish the whole country was booming with marriage, but we're suffering. And to be fair, men of all communities need to do better. Okay, we do. All right. All right. That was that slide. Just idea. Consider opening up your options. Okay. Get out of that comfort zone. You might be missing out on a blessing. All right. Now, here's the investor. Guys, I got to talk about this. Okay. Now, here's the thing about the investor. Okay. When I talk about swirl to investment, all right, that means taking your interracial dating to marriage. Okay. Who is the investor? A white man, a non-black man that loves black women. Okay. But a black woman can be is an investor too. Okay. Investment goes both ways. Okay. The investor. Number one, a white man or non-black man who loves black women and takes his interracial dating to marriage. That's an investor. Okay. Now, the investor invests in black women. The investor only loves black women. Okay. I know this is a weird thing. Okay. People say, well, you're weird. People have been telling me I'm weird forever. I don't care. I'm an investor. It's black women are nothing for me. It's been that way ever since I started dating. Okay? I'm an investor. That's where that term, when I say investor, that's what it means. Okay? Investors is we don't just date black women and then everybody else. No. It's black women or nothing. Okay? Our investment is totally in the black woman. We see black women in a different light. We see black women as the treasure. We see black women as the prize. We see black women as everything. Okay. Our hearts pour into the black woman. That's the investor. Okay. Let me go through this. A white man or non-black man that loves black women and takes his interracial dating and marriage. Okay. There are two types of investors, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. The investor at birth, number one, and then the investor later on in life. Okay, Roadrunner, what are you talking about? What is the investor at birth and what is the investor later on in life? Let me explain. Okay, I am an investor. Okay, I was born an investor. Okay, and going through my life, I figured it out. Why am I attracted to black women so much? Why have I always been attracted to black women from the time I was a child till now? What caused it? Why is it that way? Okay. And look, I would never date any other women except black women. It's black women or nothing. Okay. And you know, my haters will say, well, Becky never wanted you, so you had to stumble to the black woman. Okay. If you want to believe that, go ahead. Make yourself feel better. But the truth is black women are nothing. Okay. I wasn't surrounded around black women. But I've always been attracted, always gravitated towards black women. Okay. And going back in my childhood, talking to my mother and father, they were saying I was like that at 2 and 3 years old, that somehow I gravitate to black women. Why? I'd be like, I don't know, but I do know. I'm a born investor. Okay. It's part of God's plan for me to be with a black woman. Some white men are meant to be with black women. Some black women are meant to be with white men. They're investors. That's what they want. And look, I've seen black women like that too. Okay. And some of us are just, that's how we are. Okay. And nothing wrong with that. Now, the investor later on in life is somebody that will date anybody and ends up investing in the black woman later on, or the black woman investing in the white guy later on. That's the most common investor. Okay, I would say the investor at birth were kind of chosen. Okay, and people are think I'm crazy, but I believe that. Okay. I was talking to a friend the other night, a black woman that I'm close to, that we're real good friends. And I talked to her about this. I said, you know, I've always been in love with black women, even as a child. And my mom would talk about when I was real little, when I first started to walk, that I would gravitate to black women. And I thought, wow, why would that be? And I came to the conclusion as I was meant to be married to a black woman. And look, when you're an investor, when you don't have a choice, let me tell you this: it's black women or nothing. I can't. And I don't say I don't have a choice, but I really don't, because I'm only attracted to black women, and that's all I've ever wanted to be with. And it's not out of hate. It wasn't because some other group of women did me wrong. It's not that at all. It's just, I'm just feel that strongly about black women. That's the investor. Ladies, if you ever have a relationship with an investor, you'll know it, because he won't go around calling you queen, but you will damn sure feel like a queen. I guarantee it. You will be his everything. Okay? That's what it is. Okay? It's and I was talking to this young lady, and she says, well, and this was her theory. She says, well, black women hold the Eve gene, and everybody came from the black woman, right? And I said, okay. I do believe black women have the Eve gene, but is that what's going on? And her theory is there was a disturbance within black women because of the abuse over time, because of not being protected, being disrespected, the low marriage rates, that the black woman was hurting. And it was like the black woman was calling back men from other groups because the men in her group weren't doing right. So she was calling back other groups of men that actually belonged to her because we all came from her. Does that make sense? And I'm like, well, okay, I don't know about that, but I do believe it's spiritual. I do believe God's involved and there's a purpose. You don't just one day wake up and say, I'm going to go this way. I believe there's a purpose for every human being's life. Okay. Mine was swirled to investment from birth. I was meant to be with a black woman, and it is what it is. And I've met other white men and other non-black men, other non-black men that feel like I do, that say, you know what? I was meant to be with her. This was meant to be. And I've talked to black women that feel the same way too. We are the investors. We invest in each other. Okay? Our counterparts in our community, we're not meant to be with them. We're not. A lot of white men aren't meant to be with white women. A lot of white men are meant to be with other groups of women. A lot of white men are meant to be with black women, and black women with white men. Look, and instead of fighting it, we just need to go with it naturally. I mean, I know society tries to shame us for who we love. They've done it to me my whole life. Oh, well, you just biased towards black women. You're not right. And no, that's just where my heart is. Black women have my heart. I can't help that. I just, it is what it is. And instead of fighting it, go where you're meant to be. Okay, and number 3, a black woman who loves white men or non-black men takes her interracial dating to marriage. She's an investor too, okay? Men and women invest different things, okay? For the men, we invest protection, resources. That's what we're investing. The women, they invest their love, their nurturing, their beauty. Okay? We're both investing something here. Okay? But we're both investors. Because people say, well, can a woman swirl to investment? Yeah, they do it all the time. Yes, we're both investors here. Okay? Okay, number 4, black women white men have the most successful marriage rates. I mean, it's true. And so many people call me liar about that, but look at the stats. It- and you know what I think it is that as a white man, and I'm speaking as a white man, and I can speak for most white men that love black women. I believe this to be true that we don't take black women for granted. We understand that we don't have automatic access to black women, nor would we ever expect that. Okay. If we have access to a black woman, it's because she loves us and gives us that privilege. And we're blessed to be a part of her world. So we don't take that for granted. We embrace it. We're thankful for it. And I think a lot of times black men are always around black women, they take it for granted. They just assume they just have automatic access to black women, which just white guys don't think that at all. So I believe we cherish it more. We embrace it more. We love it. It's valuable to us. Does that make sense? Because I've done a little studying on YouTube and I've done some videos, and a lot of black men tell me, they say, well, you can compete for black women, but we don't have to. All we got to do is sit there, be black, and whammo, we can have black women. It's just automatic. And I'm like, wow, okay, you got it that way. You got it that good. Okay. Wow. Okay. If you got it that good, why is your marriage rate so low? Why don't your marriages last? Why is there so many out of birth wedlock rate? What's going on? And I think it's kind of backwards from the white community. Black women are competing for black men. So I understand why black men would say that. At first I was like, what? What are you talking about? Because I was taught that we compete for women. We show that we're the best option. When I say compete, that don't mean we stand up to another dude and fight him for the honor to be with. No, it's not that. When I say compete, is we show that we're the best option from the love we have, from the hard work we do, our character. That's how you compete. But if you're used to women competing for you, yeah, I guess that would make sense. And that feels good when women compete for you. I mean, as men, we experience that in our life. It's like, oh my God, that feels good, but is it the right way to go? Because us as men, we're naturally competitors. And I think as men, we need to compete. It brings out the best in us as men, regardless of the racial group that we're in. We do better as men competing. And women need men to compete for them. Black women, you need men to compete for you. Okay? You should never lower your standards for any man. You should never date or marry down. Okay? That's unacceptable. But I see black women doing that. You know, black women are constantly told you got to be more submissive, you got to do better, you got to improve, you got to do this and that, you got to be natural, you got to do this, your makeup's not right. I'm like, oh my God. And that just makes me mad to hear that because that ain't right. You know, a lot of submissive women are out there, and a lot of submissive women end up being single mothers. Okay. Ladies, don't listen to that garbage. You don't submit to these guys because they're men. You only submit to your husband. Period. Women need to stop being so submissive until they're married, okay? That's why we have so many so many single mothers out there because they're listening to these guys and trying to cater to these men by being submissive, and they end up becoming single mothers. And then later on, they get blamed for being single mothers because they should have chose better, right? Hmm. Sounds like uh, women are in a catch 22, especially black women. Ladies, get out of that catch 22. Put yourself first, okay? Your love, your beauty, your body is a blessing from God. Do not give it to a man that don't deserve you, please. Don't do it. Okay. Now, I did some research too through YouTube. Okay. I'm always doing some research, believe it or not, because I want to know where people's mindset are. And I figured out why black men say we don't compete. We don't have to. We have black women. White man, well, you got to compete because we got it like that. I'm like, okay, well, I have humility. Okay, I'll compete for the black woman. Not a problem. Black women, you're worth my competition. You're worth that and more. You are a beautiful blessing. I see the value. And if I have to compete for you to be with the most beautiful, most loving woman, of course I'll compete. Now I'm married and I have my wife and family, and I've been blessed, but I competed for my wife. Yes. And black women, if you're around men that don't think you're worthy of competition, leave them alone. I'm just saying. But I hear these guys say, "Oh, well, you can have them. We don't have to compete. We just got to present ourselves and whammo." Okay, that sounds wonderful, but then you take them for granted because you got access like that. Just saying. I don't know. What do you guys think? Am I just kind of just rambling? But I just observe and I'm like, wow. Because I think a woman you love is very much worth competing for. Okay. Now I did I did a couple polls on this channel, and I want to share these with you guys. And I asked the question, okay? I said, do white men that date and marry black women treat black women better than black men? Okay. And what do you guys think? Do you think white men treat black women better than black men? And be honest. I did this poll, and out of 367 that voted, 87% said yes. White men do treat black women better than black men. I'm like, wow. 3% said no. 3% believe black men treat black women better than white men. And then 9% about the same. So overwhelmingly, by the people that are polled, and most of these are black women, they do believe that white men treat them better than black men. And I'm like, wow. If you believe that, you need to open up your options immediately. But you know what? I know this is true because I know how I treat black women. I know how other white men that love black women treat them. They treat them like a queen. They treat them with love and respect mostly. And but I'm seeing this from black women. And when I see this, it's like, okay, what are we doing? Are we opening up our options or what? Are we afraid to? Wouldn't you want to be with a man that treats you better? Just saying. Okay, then I did this survey, right? And it says, in your opinion, who gets the most hate for dating outside their race? This was interesting. Out of 414 voters, 3% said white men get the most hate. 9% said black men. And then black women, 87% said black women get the most hate for dating out. Wow. And then white women, 2%. Yeah, I think this poll, I think it's a little off, though, because I think white men get more hate than black men for dating out in today's world. Because in the white community, they don't give us hate at all. Look, we do what we want as white men in our community. White people ain't going to tell us a damn thing anymore. That ship is gone. Unless you run across some hardcore racist white supremacist dude, he might tell you something, but most white people know. They don't care. And that's a beautiful thing. Okay? But black men, they do care. They have something to say. They'll call you fetishizer, racist, everything in the book. They don't want to see white men with black women. So I think that's a bit off because look, even your friends that are black will steer you the wrong way when you date black women. Look, I've been there. I've had black friends that say, why don't you just stay with white women? You're better off. It's easier. Black women have issues. Coming from black men have told me this. But it's kind of funny because when black men say, hey, I like white women, we're like, oh, cool. Hey, dude, you know what? This is what you do. Let me help you out. I remember in the army, we had a commander, and us white guys, look, we thought this black dude was awesome because he had a white wife. He's like, oh, cool. That's awesome. There was no hate. It was like, and that's really what we think these days. We don't get mad when white women open up their options to black men or any other group of men. We're like, oh, that's awesome. I never cared because I always was in the black women, so it didn't matter. But really, that's really where the thing is. And one thing I will say about white people, and look, I'm going to do something that's weird and rare. I'm going to uplift white people right now. I'm going to uplift white men and white women. You're going to like, Roadrunner, you lost your mind. But I'm going to uplift them in this thing. When we date out, when we marry out, white people, we're not attacking each other. We're not going in on each other. We're not fighting each other. We just do our thing. Now, it wasn't always that way. But I'm seeing something, I'm seeing change here. And that's a beautiful thing. I'm seeing white women I work with and in my family that are like, oh my God, you and Sandy are amazing. I love you guys. And uplifting us. And I'm seeing white men showing love to white women with black dudes or other groups of guys. That's something that's beautiful. That's something that I would say there's progress being made. Okay? Because it wasn't always that way. Look, I've seen so many changes in my family and my friends. I'm just like, wow. But I see fight with black women and black men, and I'm like, wow. And I understand it. Black women are being shamed and drugged through the coals for opening up their options. And I wish black women didn't have to go through that because I think a lot of relationships don't happen. because the haters invest so much hate in stopping black women and white men from coming together. And it's tragic. It's a shame. And yes, Sweet Rose 19. That's true. We're not putting each other. I don't make fun of white women for date. Now I'll make fun of white women because it's fun. But other than that, we show each other love. I mean, we're not attacking each other. I don't call white women sellout because they're with Tyrone. I just like, hey, good for you. And they're like, okay, you're with the black woman, good for you. It's like, you know, but it's a different culture. I mean, but I don't look at dating a black woman as taking something from a black man. I don't look at it that way. I just look at it a man and woman come together. I don't think people belong to each other because they look alike. But anyway, I mean, that's what I see. But black women, you definitely get the most hate for dating out, and I'm sorry for that. That's a heartbreaker. Because white men, we can do what we want. Black men can do what they want. White women, damn sure, can do anything they want. If you want to know what white privilege is, black women, take my hand and come with me, and I'll put you on that pedestal. I'll show you what white privilege is. I'm serious, because white women have that white privilege, and us white men have put them there. No, but seriously, what do you think about those stats? I mean, that vote I did. I believe it's mostly true. Okay. Um, the most hate I get from dating out, it used to be white people, but now it's black men. For some reason, white people are leaving me alone. White women leave me alone. Except the look. Let me say this, okay? Mostly white women leave me alone, but you still got those angry Karens that they're the worst though. But they're far and few between. They really are. That Karens are kind of drifting in the wind. I think they're opening up their options and dating black men. I think that's where they're going. But hey, black men, don't take too many Karens because they're good for neighborhood watch. Because look, a Karen is beautiful for a neighborhood watch because she's nosy. She knows everything that happens. She'll call the police if something don't look right, but she won't go out there and try to confront the person. You know, she won't try to do a George Zimmerman. She'll stay in her house safe and just call the police. She won't, you know. So Karens are valuable. Okay, I'm being honest. Black men, take as many Karens, but leave a few for us for our neighborhood watch, please. You have all the Beckys you want, but we want a few Karens. I better stop. I better stop. That's okay. Angry Karen's a good neighborhood watch. Okay, but all seriousness, okay. Look, we go where we feel loved and celebrated. Okay, we should. I love black women. Black women, I tell you, black women have touched my heart in a way you don't even know. And people don't know what true love is. A lot of people don't. But I found out what true love is from black women, both young and old, different generations. I see the beauty and essence in the black woman. There's something different about black women. There's a love and kindness that can only come from heaven above. I'm serious. You just I mean, you just can't explain it. It's just a beauty and a love that will break you down emotionally and spiritually to where you're like you'll be thanking God for it the rest of your life when a black woman touches your heart. And you guys have seen me get emotional. When I start thinking about black women and how much of a blessing black women have been to me, and I'm not just talking black women I dated in my life. I'm talking about black women that have been a friend to me, that have been special in my life, whether it's at the workplace, in school, whether it's been at church. Black women, you have touched my heart, and I love you for it. And I could say praises to black women all night. I could go on a 3-day show talking about how amazing black women are and how much of a blessing they've been to me and how much I love them. I could talk forever about that. That's too easy. But I think people that don't have a successful relationship with black women, it's just they don't know how to love black women. They don't know how to make her feel loved, secure, beautiful. They don't know how to connect with her spiritually and emotionally. I mean, ladies, what do you think? I think that's what it is. That's what my opinion is. I think that's what it is. But anyway, all right, let's get to the videos real quick so I can drop this link. Okay. Which one am I going to show first? Okay, these are just random TikTok videos. They're cute videos, and I just thought I'd show them. But anyway, here we go.
White boy, do it right. Do it right. Because I personally, if I were to ever date a white boy, why would I date a wigger? Why would I date a wigger? Why would I date a wannabe? I'm gonna go full out, like obviously without the racism, but I'm gonna go for the prep. I'm gonna go for the, you know what I mean? Why would I date a wigger? If you're gonna date a wigger, go get the actual one. Go get the .1, the first version. Because one thing about me, I'm gonna make sure that I end up in them country clubs. I'm gonna make sure that I end up on that golf course. I'm gonna make sure I end up on that yacht. Regardless, date your wigger if you want. Personally, this is my preference. If I were to go that, it's really a different vibe. Like if you're searching for the same vibe and a different skin complexion, just go with the main vibe with the main skin complexion. Why are you going to go get an off-brand version? You know what I mean? If you're gonna date white, do it right.
Okay. Okay. Uh, I think what she's saying, hey, I'm going to do the translation. I think what she's saying is if you're going to go for a white guy, go for a white guy. Um, and yeah, I mean, you don't want the fake, right? You don't want the white guy that wants to act like a stereotypical black guy. This, have the pants sagging and the slang and you want him to be himself, okay? I don't want to go into stereotypes. Just and I would say that black women go for the white guy. Just go for it. Look, being white is not a bad thing. It's not, you know, maybe we're a little different. Maybe living in the suburbs or rural communities. Uh, we go fishing a lot, hunting, rock climbing. Uh, Sometimes black people say us white people do crazy stuff, but actually it's fun getting outdoors doing things. Um, you will be judged for influencing people to sin. Jacob Ladder. Shut up. What? Okay, Jacob Ladder. Why don't you disappear? All right, hit the link. Come on up, Jacob Ladder. Let me talk to you. You want to come up? I feel in the mood to let you come up. You're spewing some hatred, and okay, I'm gonna be judged what for loving black women, and I'm wicked for it. Come on up. This is for Jacob Ladder. Come on up. Colonizers. Here we go. Jacob Ladder, where you at? Jacob Ladder, get your ladder, get your punk ass and your ladder up here. Get up here. Come on. Come talk to the Roadrunner. Jacob Ladder, where you at? Jacob Ladder. He fell off the ladder. Is it Jacob Ladder or Humpty Dumpty? I don't know. Um, he's scared. Okay, I offered. He's a keyboard warrior. Jacob Ladder. What? Okay. Come on up, Jacob Ladder. Guys, encourage Jacob Ladder. I'll be nice to you, Jacob Ladder. We'll have a conversation. You can tell me where I'm wrong and evil. Let me know. Come on. Oh, okay. All right, back to the show. I'm not worried about Jacob Ladder, and he needs to learn how to climb up ladders. Go where you're loved, guys. That was a beautiful video. Okay. All right. Let's show another awesome video.
Guys who date black women or white guys who like black women, country boy edition. Okay, so the first video I made was about the redheads because I've noticed that just redheaded men love black women. But now I'm realizing, like, now that I've moved to a more country-esque location,
Let me stop there. Don't you just love her attitude? She's like excited and getting in the country boy vibe. That's cool. Yeah. And the redhead. What is it about redhead? You know what? When I was in high school, my hair was red. It was like a dark red, but I remember going to the high school reunion and the black women, there was a couple black women I dated, and they said, "Oh my God, I loved your red hair back then." Well, it's gray now, but like, what is it with red hair? I mean, white people don't find that attractive, but black people do. I know black women, black men like red hair, but that's cool. Okay. Just a little side note.
I've noticed the country boys like us too, okay? The country boys are obsessed. I don't know what it is. You literally just have to wear like a baseball cap.
Oh, she is so right. Hey, black women, listen to me. Look, I tell you, the country boys, they do love you. I've seen white men that are like rednecks, and you think they love black women. They do. I remember when I was in Missouri. Oh my God, we had this thing. Okay, and this was back in my army days when I was a little younger, my drinking days. And me and my wife were out there, right? And we're having this big thing. And it was out in the middle of nowhere, like out in the woods, right? And I was with my wife, and there was like two black dudes with white women, and it was like it was all country people. It was black and white country people, and these guys were telling me how much they love black women, and oh my God, it was like, and when you think stereotypical that oh my God, these guys are racist, or they're just no, they're not like that at all. It's really, I'm seeing a lot of them love black women. I mean, yeah. And I think a lot of the rural guys or country are into black women more than the white guys in the city. I believe that from what I see, really. But anyway, let's continue.
One time to the gym, and you'll see. Like, just test it out. They're obsessed. And my theory is that country boys really don't see black women that often. Like, they just don't, because of proximity, etc. So they're just kind of like, oh, like, she's new, she's a little different, and they just want to know what that's like. So,
oh, good point. Yes, look, black women, listen to me. I've always told you, you say, well, how can I meet white men and all this stuff? But let me tell you, ladies, get in a friendship circle. Okay? Look, be friends with Becky. Okay? I know somebody will say, I can't be friends with Becky. I can't. No, just do it. Let me tell you, Becky's brother is a Brad. If you're in the Brads, Becky's brothers are Brads. Becky's friends are Brads. Becky's cousins are Brads. Becky's inner circles are a bunch of Brads. If you're in the white guys, look. And let me tell you this, there are a lot of white women that look up to black women. They want to be like you. I'm serious. And if you become friends, she'll tell you who the good ones are and the bad ones are. Friendship circles, serious. And there'll be white men that, that see you're different. Opposites attract, right? Something that's different it gets you curious. It's like, oh, she's different. And then they get to know you, your personality. Different is good, okay? Believe it or not, if you're in a group of 10 white guys, guaranteed half of them are interested in you because you're different. There's more white men that love black women than you'll ever know. It's just they're not outspoken about it. They're not like Roadrunner that says crazy stuff and just says he loves black women and don't give a damn who's listening. Not all white guys are like that. They love black women, but they date them and they marry them and they live their private life. Okay? Oh. Anyway, that's a good video.
Anyway, that's my controversial take.
I love her energy though. Isn't she? She's like happy and cheerful and oh, this is cool. And I don't know. I just like that video. It was nice. And what she's saying is true. It's amazing how we look at people and automatically push judgment on them. We don't even know who they are. Moving my camera around and okay, I got a couple more.
I feel like black women are at the bottom of the barrel. Like, nobody wants black women. Like, nobody desires black women. They basically think we're trash.
Okay, let me stop there. I don't like hearing this. Okay? This is a beautiful black woman, and she feels that black women are at the bottom of the barrel. Why would anybody feel that way? I'm telling you. Young lady looks like this, there are plenty of men that would date her. She's beautiful, and I just hate seeing, but why would she feel this way? This is disturbing, but let's hear what she has to say.
And that gets to your head. And black men, like, wanting to be with white women or lighter skinned women, it makes you feel like you're just not wanted.
Okay, let me tell you something about this, okay? And there's a misconception, okay? It's not that black men want to be with white women. There's a number of them that do, but I found that black men that I've seen that want to be with white women, there's a lot of them want white women that kind of resemble black women. I know that sounds crazy, but the big butt and the body shape, they really, it's like, and I think a lot of times it's more of a competition thing. Like, look, she treats me better. She does this. She's more submissive. She's more this and that. But yet, these guys that say they want to be with white women get pissed off with when white men go with black women. And look, most of these guys want to be with black women. Most black men, first choice is black women. Don't kid yourself. They'll tell you this BS and to make you feel bad. But you go get you a white dude and get you a white man, see what happens. They'll be very pissed off. But I don't like seeing this video. I don't like seeing a young lady feeling like she's at the bottom. That is not a bottom barrel woman at all. Okay? But sometimes people internalize what's said on social media and what people say. You can have your preference, nothing wrong with that. But do not trash the women in your group because you don't want to be with them. If you don't want to be with them, nothing wrong with that. But leave them alone. Hello, I whip cream code. Good to see you. And Corey, good to see you, brother. Okay, I'm kind of slow with the highlighted. Okay, 3 more videos. Let's go.
So many black women dating out of their race now. They're dating white men. And as I'm seeing this, there's the rise of black men in their comments calling them bed wenches, which is so disgusting. They're calling them house slaves and all of these kind of things. And I just wonder, when they're called...
Yeah, and why is this necessary to call black women bed wench and house? Why is it that when these black dudes get caught in their feelings, they have to go to slavery, they have to go to racism, they have to go to the most horrible thing when a white man's with a black woman? Why is that? Why can't they just say, okay, whatever, bro, have fun with who you want to have fun? Why do you got to trash a black woman, calling her a bad wench and a sellout, and then calling the white man slave owner and racist when you're actually being racist? Because bad wench is a racist term. Calling somebody a slave owner, you don't know, is a racist term. And this nonsense that's being peddled that only white men can be racist and black people can't is nonsense. Anybody can be a racist, regardless of your color. But to shame people because of who they love, that's disgusting. And she's right. Let's listen to what she has to say.
Calling them these things, and they are quoting everything that happened in slavery, and they know a lot of facts. So they're so in tune with the history. I just wonder why they're not as in tune with today, present reality.
Right? Why aren't they in tune with today? Tell me what I'm doing wrong today. Instead of saying, okay, trying to shame me on slavery, there's no way I could possibly participate in that. And if you're going to go into that, why don't you just call me abolitionist? Huh? Because black people assume that white men are associated with slavery, right? Weren't they also associated with abolitionists? You know, the movement that ended slavery? I don't know. Oh, they're not going to call you that. They'll leave that part of history out. But let's continue.
Why they don't have the awareness to understand that maybe those black women that you're speaking to grew up around black men that weren't safe and weren't healthy. Now, does this take away the fact that 400 years ago, her partner's ancestors may have, enslaved her ancestors? No. But what about if she grew up in a household where her black father beat her black mom? Or she had an uncle who was black who assaulted her? Or she witnessed black men around her committing crimes, and as a result, her family lost out on so many things. What about if her reality and her history, as far back as she can recall, and her parents can recall, and her grandparents can recall, there were also black men causing them harm? Is she supposed to then only date black men, even though all of those things have happened and that's part of her history and her reality? Or would you say she should date no one? I just think it doesn't make sense. And do you know why I think it doesn't make sense? Because it doesn't make sense. Because if you as a black man think that a black woman is in danger for dating a white man, then you would want to protect her. You wouldn't want to attack her, call her names, and spew out negativity, unless you weren't actually trying to protect her and you didn't think she was in danger. In fact, you knew she was happy and you knew she was safe, and you were just bitter and jealous. Which sounds more like the slave masters from 400 years ago. Give it a rest.
Ooh. Oh my God, young lady. Ooh. Guys, she said it all. Maybe you're like the slave master long ago. Maybe the torch of white supremacy didn't go from white man to white man. Maybe it went from the old white man to the black man. I'm just saying, who's really practicing white supremacy? Who's the colorist? Who's shaming black women for finding who they love? Wow. Hey, Corey, how's it going, brother?
Oh, it's going good.
Good to see you. Hey, where'd you find the link? I didn't even drop it yet.
Oh, you dropped it for
Yeah, I dropped it for Chutes and Ladders.
Yeah, Chutes and Ladders.
Yeah.
And that one's gonna haunt him. Now he's forever known as Chutes and Ladders and falling off his ladder.
Oh my God, I wanted him to come up. Oh my God. I feel like just having fun tonight. Hey, Chutes and Ladders, get back up here.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see him come up now.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God. But I'm going to be judged for, I guess, loving black women. That, oh my God, can't have none of that.
Wait. You're going to be judged for loving black women? That's a bonus. That's a bonus. That's a win-win.
Right. Hey, if that's my judgment, I'll take it. Hey, look, I got a couple of videos I want to show. And let me show them real quick, Corey.
Ask me why I am dating a white man. Black men do not come up in the topic. Okay? And if I would have known showing that my boyfriend was white was gonna cause so much ruckus, I wouldn't have done it. It has opened me up to the most foul, disgusting comments and commentary from strangers that I don't know and don't know me. I had a DM from a man talking about you should be ashamed. You're just this bed wench, blah, 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 blah. Go to his page, 3 biracial children. What are we doing? Let me just set the record straight. I never said that white men were my preference. White men are not my preference. A man who treats me right, who's nice to me, who has aligned goals, who's on the same page of what I want in life, that is my preference. It doesn't matter. This time last year, I was dating a black man. So let's just like squash that. You asked me why I'm currently with my partner who just happens to be a white man. We matched on a dating app. We had really good conversations. 2 days later, we went on a date. And after that, we have been consistently going on dates. And then he asked me to be his girlfriend. A lot of the times, some of the times, when the roles are reversed, it's always, I'm not with a black woman because of XYZ. Please do not bunch me into that. That is not what's going on in here. You can scroll on my page. You will never see it over here. The end goal should be just finding someone that makes you happy, correct? So like, what are we talking about?
What are we talking about? Yeah, right? I mean, is it me or I mean, these black women just see it for what it is. It's awesome. But yeah, I mean, hey, why does it matter who her preference is? And unless, some dude stole her from you, then I could see being jealous and crazy. But just because it's a white guy, I don't know. I never got that. Thank you so much, Beverly. Good to see you, young lady.
Good
Yeah.
night, Bev.
Good night, Beverly. Beverly's awesome. She sends me these quotes that are uplifting, and it's beautiful. She really is uplifting. And Beverly, me and Sandy, we love you. We read your comments, and Beverly's awesome. Yeah. But thank you so much. Oh, hey, let me show this last one. You're going to love this, Corey. It's a white guy with a Waffle House t-shirt, so he's got wisdom. He's talking about stats with black women, white men. And you got to hear this. I've showed this video before, but let me put it up.
Statistic: white guys.
Oh, look at this. An old white guy with a Waffle House t-shirt. Hey, you got to listen to him. White guys view black women. All right, let's hear it.
Here's an interesting statistic. White guys view black women differently than black guys. And these statistics don't lie. Interracial divorce rates. This is pretty interesting. A black man and a white woman are 200% more likely to be divorced.
Oh my God, 200%. Black man and white woman. That's sad. And look, I don't want to see that. I'm not, but wow.
Yeah, that's actually tragic.
That's tragic, yeah. And that's not, all the laughing we're doing, that's not funny. It really isn't, because these are two people, right? Human beings. So I'm not going to laugh at that. That's hey.
I like seeing the nuclear family regardless of who's married.
Right. And we need to get our counterparts. We need to get Becky and Tyrone to build back a better Swirl. Take some in the Swirl to investment advice seriously. Because
because strong families make strong neighbors, and strong neighbors make strong communities. It's that
and it benefits us all when we're successful.
Yep.
But anyway, let's continue.
An Asian man and a white woman are 59% more likely to be divorced. An Asian woman and a white man are 4% more likely to be divorced.
Okay, so the stats are getting a little better with Asian. A lot of white men with Asian women. Stats are getting better as we're going through. Okay.
Divorced. But this is the crown of the study. A white man and a black woman are 44% less likely to get divorced. Pretty interesting, isn't it? My sister.
Yeah. So hey, look, Swirl to investment is winning. Look, the best the best option is black women, white men. Look, I know people say, well, you're a white man with a black woman. You're just saying that because your wife's black. Well, yeah, I've been married 30 years, and I look at the data, and guess what? I'm not the only one that's successful. Hello.
Well, because you're in the 44%, so why wouldn't you
right?
talk
Yeah,
about
right.
it? I mean, come on.
Hey, you got to listen to what the Waffle House guy. He knows what he's talking about. I tell you what, I feel motivated. I'm going to the Waffle House tomorrow.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You know what? Hey, when I go see my brother in Atlanta, well, he lives in the outskirts, but that's Georgia's a crazy place. You know, you got Atlanta and then you got Georgia. Well, I won't go into that.
My boy went over there and visited Virginia Beach because he's pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "Oh, Dad," he goes, "You better not come over here. You're going to be in trouble."
Yeah.
I should go visit him.
Yeah, get in trouble.
Well, hopefully not at my age.
Right. Yeah. Love the Waffle House, I tell you.
That's pretty crazy.
Okay, let me. That was a good video though.
Mhm.
But it's true though, and people get so mad. You know, I get so much hate. But see, my Atlanta is Sodom. Yeah. Hey, look. You know what? I told my brother, I said, why'd you move to Atlanta? You should have stayed in Charlotte. I love Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, North Carolina is a beautiful place. And they got a lot of interracial, you know, couples there. Me and Sandy would fit in over there, I think. Yeah.
I thought you were going to move to Texas.
Oh, Dallas? Yeah, I love Dallas. Hey, well, look, if I go, I'm gonna have two houses, which I'm going to do because this one here, look, this was a crazy thing, Corey. When I retired from the Army, I was supposed to go to San Antonio. Me and my wife like San Antonio. Her family lives in Austin, so we would be like right there. And I like San Antonio. It's awesome. But then I thought, no, we got to go to Dallas, Fort Worth area. I love Dallas. It's just, I mean, we go there all the time and we're there like almost every other week. And, you know, it's just awesome there. But, you know, this is home. I'm from New Mexico. Like, you know, I'm from the Three Crosses, you know, I'm just like, hey, that's where I live. But I don't know. Home is home, and my home away from home's a home away from home. So we'll probably live in two places. That's what we're going to do. You know, they're both Roadrunner states, so yeah. Yeah. But yeah. But anyway, I mean, my show tonight, I just wanted to make the point, and you know, we have fun and we'll laugh, and that black women, white men should swirl to investment. More should. Not everybody should open up their options, but more white men and black women need to. Okay.
Yeah, some people shouldn't date at all.
Right. But my thing is we're in a situation that is it's like, how can I say this, in a world that's toxic and turbulent and all kinds of crazy things going on, that you got that bubble in there of goodness. You got that bubble of paradise in a world going to hell in a handbasket.
Pretty much.
And that bubble of paradise, that bubble we have is black women, white men coming together, and love and marriage. And you know, Corey, you've been with me for a long time, and you've seen jokers come and go. You've
Hmm.
seen some toxic white dudes and Asian and different non-black men that come over here for the wrong purpose.
Well,
Most guys
Jacob.
here, yeah, most guys are good, but we get those dusties, those white flake dusties that come in, right?
Well,
Every now,
Jacob crawled back down that ladder. He crawled up in here on.
oh, is he back?
No, I just said he crawled out the same way he crawled in on his ladder.
Right, right. But you know what I'm saying, right? But we got to have a standard, and
Yeah.
I've seen swirling channels, okay, and I've seen and look, that's great, but I'm not into the swirl hookup, and that and I found out in the swirling world we live in that there are people just swirling to hook up, and
Mm.
that's not what my channel's about. It's about going to investment. I wouldn't even say I'm a swirler. I would say I'm an investor. I invested in the black woman. I'm married to a black woman. And my channel is to promote black women, white men coming together for love and marriage. I'm not in here to promote the swirl. Hey, let's get together, have a party, and swirl, 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 swirl. Woo! No, the swirl is a tool to get to investment. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Here's a ladies. My advice is stop apologizing for your heart's. That's a good point. That's something. Look, black women, stop apologizing, and white men, stop justifying being with that black woman. Let me explain. A lot of times, black women and white men will say, "Oh, we love this person because they're so wonderful. They do this and that." And we try to justify why we're dating each other or why we're with each other. No, stop, stop, stop. You don't have to tell anybody a damn thing. This is who you love. That's who you're with, and that's it. You don't have to
Mm-hmm.
explain a damn thing. And when you get these dusty black women, when you get these jealous, dusty weirdos trying to call you out for being with a white man, just kick them to the curb because they ain't even worth your time. They're jealous. They're stupid. They don't even know what love is. They just want to know what black women can do for them because they've been pampered their whole life. So just kick them to the curb and just you don't got to explain a damn thing. And black women, it's your world right now. Black women, it's up to you. You could be on top of the world. Where do you belong, black women? The black community? No, you belong where you want to belong. And with any group of men you want to be with, your community is where you want to go. Not where you came from, but where you want to go. And look, you're the best option. So, you know what? Get the best option for you. And you don't have to tell any group of men a damn thing.
Mm-mm.
You go where you're loved. If it's a white guy, if it's an Asian guy, it don't matter. Make it about you. It's your world. The hell with what anybody thinks. Do you for a change. Corey, and I tell black women that all the time. Put yourself first, because black women have a tendency to put everybody first. They have a tendency to love everybody. It don't matter if it's white men, black men, Chinese dudes, whoever she's in love with, she gives it her all. And I tell black women, don't do that. Do you. Put yourself first. You'll get a better option that way. And you get a man that truly loves you, that don't take you for granted, that don't expect you to be there automatically for them because they look like you or because you've done something for them. Black women, put yourself first, because no other group of women are doing what black women do. And I get it. Black women have more love and affection and nurturing than other groups of women. They do. But sometimes it's that black women's detriment. Put yourself first, because once you find that good man that loves you and wants to pour everything into you, then you can give him all your love. But till then, no. Put yourself first. You're the prize. You're the treasure. Don't buy into this crap that these weak beta pieces of garbage try to sell you like they're the high value man because he's doing this. That's so stupid. That Kevin Samuels thing. And look, I know he's passed on and he can't defend himself, but you know what? He did more harm than good. He told women to lower their standards to meet weak men. And that's wrong. Us as men, we need to compete, not the other way around. We need to stop that. And black women, look, it's your world. You decide. Look, look. If we all came from black women and you hold the Eve gene, hey, take it back. Who do you want to be with? Just saying. Just a little food for thought. Okay. Sorry, Corey.
You're all right.
I just had to say that. But
yeah, I got people are telling me, hey, there's you need to go to this town and you need to go to that town because there's no black women around here. It's like they're over there and they're over here. I'm just like,
right.
But none of them are dating black women. That's the thing. It's kind of hard to take somebody's, coercion when they're not involved themselves. I mean, I don't know. I'd much rather, well, that's why I hang out here, because you are directly involved.
Yeah.
I'm not really interested in taking advice from somebody who doesn't have a stake in the game, It's just.
Well, Corey, one thing I do have that other guys that come on and talk about black women is I have a black wife and I can show her to you. You see my wife. And people have researched me and tried to catch me in a lie and they can't. And I really truly love black women. I'm with a black woman. Look, if you can talk to my mother and father and my friends and they'll say, yeah, Brett, yeah, it's black women or nothing. And they'll laugh and they'll say, we tried to get him to date other, he wouldn't. Mm-hmm. And look, when I say I'm invested, that ain't, I'm not just talking. That is the truth about me and my life. And look, there are men like me. And a lot of times, Corey, people think we're weird or something's wrong with us because we're only interested in black women. Look, I haven't even been intimate with any other group of women. And I know my haters will say, well, yeah, because they don't want you, loser. No, and they could say that, fine. But really, my heart belongs to the black woman. And therefore, my love and my heart belongs to her. And when I grew up to becoming a teenager and a man, of course, those desires that we have as men for women, of course, it's going to be the black woman because that's where my love's already there. So everything else falls in place. And people think, oh, man, you're weird. And I've had black women say, well, I got a white husband and he dated all kinds of women. He's not a weirdo like you that, into some fetishization. And I say it's not a fetishization. It's actual true love.
Yeah, you got grandbabies.
Yeah, I got grandbabies, and I got
Yeah, you
kids
have
and
a
grandkids.
legacy of family come from this. It's not just a
Yeah,
you,
it's
you didn't get you a designer wife because she's black. You have a family and a legacy.
right. I didn't just say, hey, it's
Completely different.
trendy to get a black wife. Let me get one. No, here we go. No.
You're right.
And,
Right.
and a fetishization does not last over 30 years. It just don't.
Oh, wait a minute.
You
I
know,
got to tell myself because I'm not going to be having any kids. So where does that fall in with? I'm being a poop now.
oh,
Yeah, I don't want to be 70 with a 20-year-old.
right. But, it's like I've been people. Well, people think I'm weird because I'm not in the norm, sort of say.
Hmm.
And the true investor is not in the norm. He really isn't. But he holds the most value because he has the biggest heart. He holds the most value because he knows what he wants. The investor that loves black women knows he wants to be with the black woman. So he loves the black woman. He cherishes the black woman. He pours everything he has into the black woman because that's what he's always wanted. That's who he's always loved. That's where his heart is. That's where his passion is. And you know what? It will never change. It can never be broken. You can never look. And I see beauty in all women, but you can never get me to go with any other woman but the black woman because I'm so tied in. How can I say it? And people don't understand me. They don't. But that's who I am. That's where my heart is. When I say my heart belongs to a black woman, it does. And no other group of women has that. No other group of women can break my heart except the black woman. Well, and my mom, but she gave birth to me. That's my mother. But
Yeah, but that's different.
But other than that, the black woman owns my heart. And look, she can break it. She can uplift me. She can have me soaring in the clouds or down in the dumps. And that's because that's where my heart is. That's where my love is. And I talk about it because I think us as people, we're not true with ourselves. We'll love each other, but we keep it kind of hidden. We we can't talk about it. And I
I
see,
tell everybody I come around that I'm only interested in black women.
yeah. And you know what? Just say it. You know what?
It's so funny because the single ladies that are interested in me, you always catch them. They're fixing their makeup. They're doing something. Every time they get around me, they're always like, "Oh, I got to do something." And it's like, do it for somebody else, sweetie. You're wasting your time with me. It's actually comical. I watch people,
Yeah.
I watch all that stuff, but it's just like, you didn't do it with anybody else until I showed up over here. Oh,
Yeah. It just, but, and when you're an investor, you love black women, but you're protective of black women too.
oh yeah.
And you know what? And a lot of times, these guys get mad at me like, okay, well, you're saying this about black men. You just hate black men. You're a racist. And I'm like, no, I'm protecting black women. I don't give a damn if you're a black man. I'm not going. You're not going to catch me in that white guilt. You're just not. Okay. The white guilt I have is I haven't done enough for black women. That's where I feel bad. It's not in the guys, because men are supposed to be men. They're supposed to be tough. I should not have to uplift a man. Corey, like me and you, if we had a falling out, do we have to coddle each other and, oh, well, Corey, you're a great man, you're wonderful, and I mean, Seriously, I never understood that. But some of these dudes want me to come up and say, well, you don't say nothing good about black men. You need to start saying good things about black men. Why? Why do I have to do this?
You know, I think the biggest thing is men today, regardless of their background or
They're
whatever.
weak. And
Yeah, well,
they're powder puff princesses.
I had
That's
a
what
guy
it
tell
is.
me, of course he's a white guy, but he looks at me, he goes, if I ever offend you in the future, he goes, I just want to apologize right now. Well, I kind of told him in so many ways where he could go. And I said that was in, just in case you do offend me later, that's it. Prepayment.
Yeah.
And the guy sitting next to both of us just busted out laughing. He's like, because that's how men talk, He's
Yeah.
like, if I ever offend you, and I just told him, well, you can kiss my, that's in advance for the future offense.
Yeah.
And they both just busted out laughing. It's because we're men, Why are
That's
you going to
right.
get all emotional about something that does not matter?
Right.
It's time to grow up.
It
really
is.
time to grow up.
I just can't. I've been, Corey. This is funny. Since I've been my channel. Look, I've been attacked. Right. I've been called a racist, a fetishizer, all these names. Right. And I've had these guys come on and say, well, the women on your channel are attacking black men, and they're saying this and that, and you need to stop it. And I'm like, no, I don't. Number one, in this space, women can say whatever they want to say. I'm not going to police their speech. And if a black dude did them wrong and they want to grieve out and share their grievance, hey, I mean, we're men here, and the thing of it is like I don't understand the jealousy and the craziness about it. It's like,
Well, first of all, as men, we understand that men who speak out against women defending themselves are guilty of what they're saying about those men.
right.
That's why those men are getting into their emotions because, oh my God, nobody better expose me for that. It's like, you just did it yourself, you moron.
It's like, you know what I noticed, and guys in the chat, tell me if I'm wrong. You remember when the black wife effect was going viral and
I've
people
seen a
were
little bit
making,
of it.
yeah, it started out with white men, showing love to their black wives and saying how they uplifted them, made them look good, and made them more successful, just showing black women love, right?
Hmm.
And I've said this so many times. I said, I tell people how my wife has loved me and had my back and made me better than I ever thought I would be, and just gave me confidence and just showed me love, and I say that to share my experience, but also thanking my wife, in front of the world, because my wife is beautiful and amazing. And, and a lot of us white men that love black women, when we receive that love, we want to embrace our wives. We want to embrace the black woman for the beautiful woman she is, how loving she is. And we just want to, it's like, and for me, Corey, it's like I can't do enough to show my wife love. I can't do enough because I don't deserve her, and she's so much better than me. And I mean that with the utmost sincerity. And I don't deserve my wife. I thank God for my wife. I'm grateful for my wife. But truth be told, I don't deserve that blessing. And, and black women are a blessing we don't deserve. And I tell you, black women are made for adults. Black women are made for real men. Okay? Unfortunately, there's not enough real men to go around for black women. I mean, seriously. And if you truly love Black women, you will do your best to be your best for her. And you will not focus on what you can get out of her, but what you can put into her, how you can uplift her.
Yeah, it's not what I can get out of a Black woman. It's what we can enjoy together.
Right. And
Yeah.
and that's the thing.
Quality of life is about sharing all of the experiences and journeys with that special person next to you, regardless of how they look. My personal preference, I just like melanin and brown eyes, or something along that nature. It just that for me is my in my opinion is beautiful.
Yeah.
It I mean, when I still get approached by white women. I do, and they
I'm
range from
sorry.
30 years old up to almost. They range from 30 almost to 70. It's quite common, and it just. But it's what, sweetheart. First of all, you just the wrong color. I don't.
I was going to say, when you say you got
Just
approached by white women, I was going to say, Corey, I'm so sorry.
well, they're just the
It's not.
wrong color. It's not about their character or it's nothing else. But you got to have those certain criteria to check off before you can even have a conversation any deeper than what you're willing to with a stranger.
Oh.
Yeah, and if you're not packing the melanin, then it's just gonna be, we ain't going very far.
Well, Corey, I look back and you know what I do a lot of times before I go on YouTube, I'll listen to music, right?
Hmm.
And I'll sit there and get in a mindset. I'll start thinking about things. And and I start thinking about my life. And when it comes to Black women and the love that's been given to me from Black women, and I look back at when I was a child to today,
Mm-hmm.
and when I do that, it opens up my mind and my heart, and I when I started doing that, I started to remember things in my life, Corey, and I'm just like, oh my God, this was such a blessing. And the thing of it is I'll get emotional because I'll just be like, it all starts coming back to me. You remember things that are important in your life, but when you start remembering those important things, it's like other things surface and you start remembering, you're like, oh my God, this was amazing.
Well,
I
yeah,
remember.
because men are 80% visual from the time we
Mhm.
have our first memory. We're 80% visual. And when I was 9 years old, there was a beautiful pair of brown eyes and a warm smile that never left me. I can still recall how I felt when I saw those brown eyes and that smile to this very day. And it just, and now it's just like,
You know what's amazing, Corey? I remember, look, when I was 16, right? I remember I would approach Black women because I was interested in Black women, right?
hmm,
And a couple rejected me, and this was in high school, right? So I was like, oh my
yeah, it
God, I
happens.
just
It happens.
no, it's life, right? But
Yep.
you get it in your head like, oh my God, I love Black women, but I know they don't like me, and it starts messing with your self-esteem and all that crap. But there was this young lady, and I was 16, and I would walk by her locker, and I was attracted to her, and I would look at her, and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to talk to her. I'm going to ask her out.
Okay, I got a
And
question.
Yeah.
When you walked by her, did she smell pretty?
Yeah. She smelled
Yeah.
really good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. See,
Uh,
you thinking pictures.
yeah, but I remember because I would walk by her and I would get up my courage and I'd go talk. Then I'd turn around. Oh my God, I can't do this. And I kept doing this, right? And one day I said, well, I'm going to do it.
Yep.
So I got the courage and I approached her and I says, I see you. And she says, yeah, I see you too. And I said, and I was like, will you go out with me? And she looked at me, she grabbed my hand and she pulled me towards her. She said, yeah, I'll be your girlfriend. And I just I mean it was like the most beautiful thing, right? It was
Yep.
like, and she pulled me towards her. And I remember she well, back in the day, black women had you remember the jury call, right? She had that.
Oh yeah.
And she had that stuff in her hair and it just went in my face, but she smelled good. And she pulled me into her. And I remember I put my arms around her and I hugged her. And I was
Yeah.
like, and that was like the greatest feeling. I was like, she said, yes, she would be my girlfriend and pulled me towards her and I hugged.
Yeah. You
And
had your hallmark moment.
it was like I've never had a moment in my life like that ever.
Yeah. You
But
had a
that
hallmark
was
moment.
like, and I just put my arms around her, hugged her, and she hugged me, and it's like, oh my God, I felt like Corey. I felt like I won the lottery because, and here's the thing, okay. Through life, we'll experience rejection. We'll experience people that love us, that embrace us, and it's beautiful when we're embraced, right?
Hmm.
And rejection, that don't feel good at all. We don't even want to think about that, but that's life. But and I say this about white men that that love black women. It's like we don't take it for granted because we don't expect it, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing because, ladies, you don't want men that think they just deserve access to you. You want a man that don't know, but when you show him love, he embraces it. He cherishes it. And I embraced that moment. I cherished it. And I was thankful for it. Now, because we live in a segregated society still, I didn't expect to get love from that black woman that I did, but I was grateful for it. Now, a black guy that approached her, and if she said yes and that happened, he'd be like, yeah, it is what it is. I'm the man. But you know what I mean? It's like a lot of times you value something you got to fight harder for. Does that make sense? You got to work for it
Well, yeah, but
than when it's given to you.
the higher value something is the more effort it's going to cost you.
Right. And the more unknown it's going to be. And I talk about that moment in time in my life that was, you say, a hallmark moment. It was that. It was a beautiful time in my life. I still think about it and I smile and I'm like, yeah, that was awesome. But you know what? Because I didn't expect it, because I had the work for it, and because the unknown was there, I had to get out of that comfort zone. It
Yeah,
paid
you
off.
were scared out of your wits, is what you were.
I was. Right? Hey, I ain't going to lie. And you know what she told me? She says, yeah, I watch you walk by me all the time. She said, I was wondering when you were going to say something. I was like, damn.
Look how much time you wasted fighting yourself.
Right.
You spent all that time fighting yourself. You know, I don't anymore at my age. I don't have that kind of dilemma going on. I'm pretty comfortable and I just
you know what's funny, Corey? as we get older, we're more confident. I could talk to anybody. Well, I'm not trying to pick up on nobody, but even if I was
Right,
single,
right.
I could
Yeah.
talk to anybody. But when I was young, when you're younger and you're more attractive and people look at you more, you're like, that's when you're the most fearful. But when you get older and like, yeah, whatever, it's like
You'd
you have the
probably,
most courage.
Brett, you'd probably
It's
hate
funny.
me when I was young because I could talk to anybody. I still can.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
I
I'm a charismatic introvert. I'm just as
mm,
happy by myself as I am in a crowd of people, as long as they're positive. And
right.
negative people are only going to see the back of me because I ain't going to waste my time. I'm going. I don't care if it's a family function. I can't stand that stuff anymore. When you said that we're still living a segregated society,
Yeah.
I see that as a benefit. You just
Do you?
eliminated you just eliminated 90% of your trouble, which is people that have an opinion about you that think they need to tell you.
Right.
It's like, no, you can keep that stuff to yourself. I don't want to know.
Right. No,
Oh, well,
I
okay.
just I I would say I wouldn't. How can I say this? I was kind of in the middle. I was private, but then at times I was outgoing. Um, I was off and on. Um, but after that time with that young lady, I was like, my confidence grew, and then
Mm,
later on, it was still the fear, but I just did it.
mm-hmm.
Um, you know, um, and I had more success, and I tell people, I tell these young guys, these white guys that love black women that say, well, I don't know. I just do it. You know what? When you get the courage and you just do it, you have more success. Um,
Well, I
I,
found
I,
there's a quality that men need to take on. Well, actually, I think everybody needs to take it on. But it's the forgotten art of being charming because you can convey a message without being offensive, especially if it's like directed towards you, and you can do it in a way that doesn't offend people. It's like a younger lady that works around me. She asked me if I seen where she left a drink. And I told her, I said, no. I said, but if you would have been a black woman, I would have noticed everything. And she was just like, oh my God, Corey.
you told her
you
that.
know, well, she's 36 and, she has flirted a little bit. But, when I told her, I said, if you were a black woman, I'd have noticed everything. She's
Right.
just like, well, and that's how I talk. It just, I try to make a, I try to make fun out of just about anything, but, respectfully. I don't, but it depends on who I'm talking to. If it's a guy, well, that's a different,
Right.
entirely different.
You know what I found, Corey? I found that with black women, when I was dating, I look back at my younger days, I found that when I got the tough part was trying to get in the relationship. But once I got there,
Hmm.
it seemed like it was just it was good to go. It was like there's something about black women. I always felt comfortable being around black women. When you get to know black women and they open up to you, it's like it just like I love being around black women, and the women I dated, just that friendship and that cohesion. Even with my wife today, it's like I just love being around my wife. I love talking to my wife. I love doing things with my wife. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
and there's something about black women that I've always felt like I'm connected to black women. I always felt like they're kind of family. And maybe that sounds weird, but I felt more comfortable around them. It's like the black women I dated, it's like we were on the same wavelength, what we wanted in life, uh, how we thought. And they say that black women and white men, we have so much in common we don't even know. And that is the honest to God truth. It's like we're meant for each other, but we don't know it yet. Does that make sense? It's like,
Well, it's been 5 years since my divorce.
mhm,
And when I was in Costco, I should have, well, there was one woman, a black woman, and our eyes met. And we were, quite a ways apart, but it was just like bam, it was an intense contact. But
mhm.
I just came out of that long-term relationship and I'm like, no, I'm not settled on the inside. I'm not ready for no relationship. Because I knew if I would have walked up to her, ooh. But I mean, because I know me. I know me. I would have
Yeah,
done, but because you don't look at two people don't make that kind of eye contact. And I always check for a ring finger, and there was no wedding ring or nothing like that. It would have definitely been, it would have been on, but I just,
right.
that's the only one I regret in the last 5 years since my divorce.
Wow.
Oh, Brett, she was beautiful. Ooh,
Ugh.
yeah. It's like when I was 9 years old, that those warm eyes and that gentle smile, and this lady at the seat at Costco. Yeah, yeah. I won't be forgetting
Well,
that one either.
I hear
There
you,
ain't no
brother.
way. There
Hey,
ain't no way.
hey, J10, good to see you.
How you doing, beautiful?
Yeah, it's good to see you. It's been a little bit. It, it, it's awesome. I see J10. I'm like, yeah. I, yeah. How you been,
I still need.
J10?
I
You
need
doing
to go to
good?
Nashville. I need to go to Nashville and get pulled over by J10 so she can handcuff me. I need to get arrested by J10.
Careful, she's a trained professional. She'll take you down, Corey.
God, I hope so.
Okay.
Hey, you started this. I just played
Uh,
with it.
you know what? I was looking at Tennessee, me and my wife, and I was like, I don't know how Nashville is, but Knoxville. I like Knoxville.
Ooh.
Um, I don't know. It just I mean Tennessee would be a good state. They don't tax military retirement there.
Yeah, my boy, I'm kind of like probing the East Coast through my son
Hmm.
because he's in the service and he's going all over the place over there. Everywhere. Whipped cream. Calm down, Corey. Calm
Calm
down,
down,
Corey.
Corey. Corey, listen to me.
Okay,
Calm
now I'm single. I have J10. Well, I think she's single. I don't know, but hopefully she's got a beau by now.
I
But yeah, I'm reaching out through my son to find out what areas are nice to visit. He warned me about Virginia Beach. He goes, Dad, don't come over here because he knows me. I'm charismatic. I'll just start
yeah.
talking to somebody. Yeah, not
No,
afraid.
maybe you should go there. Maybe that might you find someone that's right
I
for
go over
you.
there, I might not come back. Uh, no, Brett. One thing I love about this channel is you let us come up and actually share who we are.
Yeah, I mean,
We don't have to worry about offending people. I mean, if you're offensive, you get booted, but that's the way it should be.
yeah.
But it's just really enjoyable that you can come on. You have a platform, and you just let people be people.
Well, you know what I think is I think there needs to be more platforms like this. And I'm not going to say this is great because I did. No, it's not that at all. We need more white men uplifting Black women and expressing love for Black women. Um, I think we need more of that. And it could be an Asian guy doing a channel loving Black women. That too, or another non-Black man. I just think we need more platforms like that. Embracing Black women and encouraging others to open up their options because when it comes to love and marriage, us as white men, we do better with Black women than we do with any other group of women. Yes, even white women. And I think, well, white women, they take us for granted, kind of like Black men take Black women for granted. It's like
Yeah,
we're in the
Becky's
same
overrated.
boat.
Becky. Becky's
Huh?
way overrated. Becky's overrated.
Yeah, and I nothing against Becky. I mean, I don't,
Oh
you know,
no. Yeah.
I just my love belongs to Black women. That's just how it is. But I think I would like to see more channels like this. I would like to see younger white guys expressing love for Black women. That's what I want to see. I don't, I Corey, I'm an old guy. I've lived my life. I got married
Hmm.
30 years ago. My kids are grown up and have their own families. I got
Hmm.
grandkids now. I swirled to investment, and now my family's growing, and it keeps getting bigger. And it's a beautiful thing, and I want to share that. But I want to encourage younger white men and Black women, get together, fall in love, give each other a chance. Have families get. Look, I chose a Black woman, and my life has been beautiful ever since. We have three kids, grandkids.
What is that for me or is that for Britt?
You're more than welcome to come see Tennessee. Hey, I love Tennessee. I like Tennessee.
I don't know if Tennessee's ready for me.
I like Knoxville. I think I would love Nashville.
Mhm.
Um, I think I would. But um,
If I went over there, I'd probably end up on a double date, and my son would be over there with, some girlfriend who is definitely dark.
mhm.
he's
Oh,
he's
hey,
a kid.
your son dates Black women?
Only Black women. Yeah.
Oh, hey
Yeah.
Corey, hey, I got so excited, right? My son was dating this white woman, and look, and nothing against that, but you and then that my son's, I think he's just having fun, but then he found him a Black girlfriend, and I was like so ecstatic. I was like,
Mhm.
yeah, and I shouldn't say this, but me and my wife were high fiving each other, and almost like Top Gun high fives.
Yep.
It's like our son found a Black woman, and she seems traditional. Oh my God! I look, and, and I know that sounds kind of crazy, but look at it this way: I've always chose the Black woman because the Black woman is the best option.
Mhm.
I always wanted the best option. And my son, I love more than anything, right? And I want him to have the best option. And what's the best option? The Black woman. I always told my wife, and I talked to her, and I talked to my son. I said, well, get to know Black women, son. They're amazing. Your mom's amazing, right? Oh, yeah, I love mom. Mom's great. Okay, son.
Mhm.
Black women,
Mhm.
and my wife is just like, stop. He's got to make his own choice. Leave him alone. I'm like, okay. But I think for him, he's been raised traditionally. He's in the army doing his thing, and he's a traditional man. He's been trained that way, and he's much more successful than I was in my military career, and he's much more fit and better looking than I ever could hope to be. But
Oh,
the
come on.
thing,
You passed on the genes. Quit it.
oh, okay, yeah, I'll go with that.
They
Thank you
didn't come
for
out
it.
of thin air.
No, but I just think a traditional black woman would be awesome for him because she
Mhm.
would love him with everything, and he would give that love right back. And I was just, I don't know, I was like, I was happy for my son, like that first black woman that pulled me towards her and said, "I'll be your girlfriend." I felt like that,
Mhm.
and it's like, I don't know, but
Well, there
but
is a little bit of pride, I mean,
yeah,
it's
and
like
I was
when
like,
my boy sends me pictures of his latest girlfriend, I'm just like, yeah, Bo, she's really cute. His name's Bo, by the way.
uh,
But I'm like, yeah, she's cute, Bo, but you be nice to her, be good to her. And I'm always telling him that stuff.
yeah. J10 says his son looks like you from, yeah. You know what? He does look like me, but the best part of me. um, it's like that movie Twins. I'm like the Danny DeVito, and he's like the Arnold. Um,
Oh, you need
no,
to be nice to yourself.
yeah, I know. But no, but seriously, I was ecstatic, and this young lady was beautiful too. I was like, oh my god, son, you.
Mhm.
I'm like, wow. And then me and my wife talked to her like, oh, okay. Um,
Mhm.
we're like, yeah. Nah, but seriously, whoever my son chooses to be with, as long as she loves him with all her heart, that's what I want. Um,
Mhm.
but
Just be happy.
honestly, I might sound biased, but I think the black woman's the best option for him. I really do. Just like I always thought black women were the best option for me, and Sandy is proven that to be true.
Mhm.
You know, but
Well, yeah, you
anyway,
go with what works. I mean, you
right?
you you stick to what works the best. At 44% less
Hey,
likely, that to me is, well,
that's character, and you know what, Corey? Here's one for you. White men do better with black women than any other group of women. But did you know black men do better with black women than any other group of women? So if white men and black men are better off with black women, what's that say? That
according to the
show
numbers, that's the best choice.
right, and that shows that black women have true character. That shows
Mhm.
that black women are the best option. You can't twist it any other way. It's like, and other men do great with black women too. Asian men are doing awesome with black women and other groups of men. What it tells me, Corey, is I want to believe that, yeah, we're great men and we treat black women wonderful. But what it really says is black women have amazing love and character. And yeah, we become good men with black women and even great men because black women have that love and that character. And it rubs off on us. And and really,
Well, to have that kind of a positive outcome, it's
yeah,
two,
it's
two people that are more committed than any two people around them. They're more committed to making things work right. It's the only way you can have those numbers.
yeah. And it's
More
it,
committed to
it,
each other, more committed to success, more committed to legacy, family. Uh,
Yeah, and it's like, hey, you know what's amazing, Corey, and I want to share this with everybody. You remember when the Mermaid movie came out, right?
Which one?
The new one, right, with the black woman.
Oh, well, that's a kid's show. I haven't watched it.
Okay, well, I did because I got granddaughters, so I have no choice. No, but what was funny is we took our oldest granddaughter, right? She was 7 at the time. She's 8, but now, she wanted to go see the mermaid, right? Um,
Mhm.
because what me and my wife do is we'll go visit my daughter and son-in-law, and sometimes we'll bring the kids home with us to spend time with us to give them a little break, some
Mhm.
time together. That's what my parents used to do, and my mother-in-law would take the kids so me and my wife could have time together, because when you have kids, they consume everything. So we picked up the grandkids and give my daughter and our son-in-law time together, and we took my oldest granddaughter, right? We took her to see the movie The Mermaid because she wanted to see it. Well, if you watch the movie The Mermaid, right? The mermaid is a black girl,
Mm.
and I think her father looks Hispanic or something. But anyway, um, the guy that she rescues, right, is a white guy, but has a white father and a black mother. Well, they adopted him, but anyway,
Well, that's kind of a cool spin.
right. But everybody was so angry because it had a multiracial family, right?
That's why
And
they were angry.
yeah, well, Umar Johnson was mad. How can a white man have a white father and a black mother? And how come this black mermaid saves this white man and all that crap? And I was like, oh my God. But anyway, we took our granddaughter, me and my wife took our granddaughter to see this movie, right? And Corey, this was the neatest thing. We walked out of the movie, and of course, we had to talk about it all the way home. That's
Mm.
just how it goes. And my granddaughter was excited talking about the movie. And when we're in the theater, at the end, you see all these people, these
Merfolk.
mermaids and
Yep.
mermen and these human beings. And there were black and white people mixed in this group. And my granddaughter said, her family's just like my family.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
and she she could see her family like hers because she's got black and white people in her family. And well, we have a biracial family, and she's seen that, and she can relate to it. And
Mm.
that was a representation of our family. Corey, and I'm like, why is that so hated? Why is that a bad thing?
I'll tell you why. It's obvious. Because the white man is having better results with a black wife.
Yeah, and that's really what it is. And
That's as obvious as it gets.
and I'm telling you, people hate that. I mean, they truly hate seeing black women and white men together, and I can't.
Well, it's just as bad as Becky seeing a white guy that she wants with a black wife and going, "What's he doing with
Well,
her? What's she doing with him?" It's like, ain't none of your damn business, sweetie. Keep it pushing.
yeah.
It just is what it is. I think it's cool.
No, but I thought the movie was good. I was like, okay, they showed the biracial family. They showed the swirl in real time. because I look, my family isn't the white family or black family. We're biracial, really, because my wife's a black woman, I'm a white man, and we have children,
Hmm.
and our grandchildren. We're there. I believe the black woman holds Eve, Gene, because we got like in our family, like our kids and grandkids are white passing and black passing, and but we all look alike. That's the beautiful thing, and that's reality in today's world. People say that the interracial family, that the government's pushing an agenda and trying to destroy the black family, the white family, or what. And I'm like, no, it isn't. That's just where people are going in today's world. And
Mm.
I think that's a good thing. Aren't we supposed to love each other? If we really truly loved each other in America the way God wants us to, we've been biracial hundreds of years ago. But
Well,
eventually it's going to happen.
when you take a group of people that have different backgrounds and you put them in a positive fairy tale message, a heartwarming fairy tale, with a beautiful outcome,
Mhm.
and it just happens to be the two people that the population does not want to see together, which is a white man and a black woman, and the heroine is a black girl with a white boyfriend or fiance. It's going to make everybody mad because it's a
Yeah,
positive fairy tale.
right,
It's a beautiful dream, is what it is, and that's going to make them all mad.
right.
It's the fact
Eh,
somebody dared turn that scenario that's hated into something beautiful.
right. Well, I just thought it was neat to me, and then my granddaughter picked up on it, and she was like, she was amazed, like her
Hmm.
family's like mine, and because you don't see that, you either see the family that's either black or white or Asian, but they're all the same. You don't see that interracial mixture.
Yeah, the blending.
Yeah, and that's my family, and I know to some people it looks weird. Like when we were in Hawaii, we had this angry Karen that wanted to know, oh, how long have you been married? Are these your kids and grand? Oh yeah, we've been married almost 30 years. It's almost 30 then. It's past 30 now.
Hmm.
Oh, and it's like they'll guess them and they say, well, what did your mom think about it? What did your families do? Was there
Oh my
fighting going on? Was there how did you make it? And what did your kids think? How did they identify? Where did they look at
God.
themselves as black or white? And you go through all this stupid crap. It's like and,
You're more gentle than I am. My brain would have started to melt, and I would have lost all of
I'm
them.
like,
I
no,
wouldn't have
but
been charming anymore. I would have been as bland as a boot. I'd have gave her the boot. It's like,
well, it
yeah,
it,
that's
it
all nice
wasn't
and dandy, but we got better things to do. Bye.
it wasn't that I was gentle. It was like I've seen this movie before. Okay, the questions you're asking are okay. You're trying to justify why you see a family of 3 generations
Mm.
and try to debunk in your mind why it's wrong. Um,
She wanted you to make her feel better about your choice.
right. And I'm like, okay.
God
But
help me.
but I was like, oh yeah, no, our family was good. And I said, well, the best option for me was the black woman, because black women are very smart. Did you know they lead the way in education? Did you know my wife? She's highly educated, so of course I'm going to pick her because, she's the most successful. And, I've always loved black women and they're amazing. And I talked to her just like, and it's like, okay.
You had to
It's like
talk to her like she was 5.
and it's like she went away because she didn't want to hear that. So, there's ways of handling that. You don't got to be rude to her. Just tell her, yeah, well, black women
Yeah,
are
you
beautiful. They're
charmingly
amazing.
just cut her off.
Yeah.
I would have been more along the lines of, sweetheart, I don't have a degree in psychology. I don't know how to make you feel good about this. Go get therapy.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
especially if somebody's going to come over and try to demean my marriage in front of both of us, and I'm a witness.
Well,
You
it,
kind of got it coming.
right. But it's kind of slick how they do it. They try not to act offensive, but they're in a way. How's it called?
It's a nice nasty. We know exactly what
Yeah,
it is.
it's
It's
like
nice nasty.
yeah, it's like yeah, being nice but taking digs
But
and
being
trying
nasty about it. Yeah.
right.
That's why I don't have
But
a lot of patience for nice nasty, because you can pick up on it on a heartbeat. That's like
right,
if you're talking and they're smiling, but there's something just off a little bit, that's when I start to really listen. And it's like, oh, no, calm down. Where you going there? You are not taking me there. They just
right.
cut you off and walk. I think for me, if I was there, I would have asked my wife to go get something or something, and then removed her first, or sent her on ahead. I'll be right there. Let me finish up with this. And while she was out of earshot, but anyway, that's just me. I'm civilized, but not entirely domesticated. Let me put it that way. I don't do the nice nasty.
Right. But that was just it was interesting, but it was like it's stupid at the same time. Like, why do you ask me these questions? Like, yeah, it was weird. But I know a Karen when I see that.
Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah.
and it's in today's world, it's usually a elderly white woman, and maybe she remembered the good old separate but equal days, and she's pissed off because those days are gone.
Well, if she's an older white woman, then she's old enough to know better to even go there. And
Right, right,
that's why my mindset automatically goes to, I'm going to send my lovely wife off ahead of me just a few steps while I finish this up. I ain't
right.
letting her talk to my wife like that. Not in my presence. I don't care who you are.
Nah.
That's just my protective side, though. It's not.
I put her in her place. Just she wasn't really talking to my wife. It's just like me, like, oh well.
Yeah,
But
but
yeah, she went away.
she's trying to emasculate you for choosing a black wife.
Right.
Yeah, that ain't gonna fly.
Well, I could have got her in the chokehold, but I probably would have got arrested. But
well, you don't have to do that. Well, Brett, I'm an author, so I know how to use words. I've actually, you don't have to use cuss words to really get somebody's attention. Cussing is actually,
but
it shows how ignorant you are that you don't even know the English language.
The best way to get under the skin is just start praising black women, and that's what I did. I was like, well, black women are amazing. I was just like, wow. They kind of lose interest once you start going there. It's like, really, you're telling them, you know what, you ain't ish, and black women are it, and that's who I chose, and I'm successful with a black woman, so goodbye.
Well, for me, I think what I would have done is elevated my voice so everybody at earshot could have heard I would have echoed the questions that she was asking and then asked her if she was racist.
Right.
But within earshot of everybody else standing there, you put the public pressure on people in public. Oh God, they run. They run
Yeah.
so
Well,
fast. I don't care.
she
They run.
yeah, she wasn't talking to us in a crowd of people. Of course not. She ain't going to do
No,
that.
but I got
It's just like individually. Yeah.
but I got a voice that carries. It just, I mean, when I'm relaxed, it's just all calm. But when I need it, it comes out.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that was
I'm sure you handled it perfectly. Just for me,
it was just
at my age, by the time I get married again, I'm going to be probably very protective. My wife was probably going to be like, "Baby, it's not that bad."
yeah. Well, really,
Like,
you know what? Things like that are so rare though. But when it does happen, it's like I mean it's plain as day. And the thing of it is what you do with an angry Karen is you uplift black women. You just praise black women. They'll go away because
mhm.
they can't take it. They just hate it. It just they can't stand it. It's like, oh my God, you're not supposed to do this. And I did it. Live with it.
Let's see, my mouth would have been, "Sweetheart, I didn't ask your permission, and I don't need it."
No, but you
I just,
the
uh,
the thing is you can pinpoint it because they'll ask you questions. Oh, you guys, you're a cute couple, but being black and
yeah.
white. I mean, how did you guys deal with your family? And I'm like, what do you mean deal with my family? Like my family had no problem with it. What
See,
what, what do you?
I gotta, my guard goes up after the fifth word. You guys are a cute couple, but well, right there, her butt got in your way,
Oh yeah.
and like, no, your butt ain't getting in my way. You're gonna move your butt out of my road. I'm a little quick though, because it just, I don't know. I
But
mean,
but I,
I'm not gonna
I
attack anybody, but I'm certainly gonna
I
tell them what I'm thinking.
I've seen things like that, and I've heard black women talk about like white women getting in their way and just creating a disturbance. And most white women don't do that, but you hear about the Karen that just gets in their way and just trying to pick at them, irritate them.
hmm I've been around men and women both. They have that air about them, but they don't care who
Yeah,
cares. They get in
yeah,
everybody's way.
yeah. They're just idiots.
They just
It's
get in
just
everybody's way.
and the best way to handle a Karen is just just tell them how amazing black women are. And that's what I did. And Corey, once I started talking about black women being amazing, and I would say how my wife was amazing, and I said, you know what, black women in general are just amazingly beautiful. And once I said that, poof,
Well,
never. Hey, she was gone. It was over.
the biggest
We
thing
never
about
seen her.
people that have the boldness to question somebody else's relationship, right there, you're dealing with a narcissist.
Yeah.
And the one thing
Well,
about a narcissist is they don't want you. They're expecting you to kind of bow down to their opinion.
right.
But
They're
I'm built the opposite. As soon as somebody tries to project that on me and expecting me to be submissive, my tone actually goes louder, and I start telling everybody around us what this person's doing. And the
yeah.
one thing a narcissist does not like is being put in the spotlight in a negative light. Oh
Yeah.
man, that ego, they can't stand it. And that's why I get louder, because they run. I get louder because, first of all, I don't need your permission to act like a man. I'm not going to ask for it.
It,
And I'm certainly not going to wait for it. It's like, if you're going to walk up to me, you better be correct and polite. And because I'm going to be correct and polite back to you. But if you get shifty on me, well, tag you're it, because I don't care.
Yeah.
You
Well,
had a chance to do things right, but you didn't want to.
anyway, that was a weird experience, but it is what it is.
Well, this is
Uh,
why I'm on your channel, because you're actually warning me of what happens, what to expect, what to.
you're going
Eventually,
to see it.
I will
Usually,
get there, Brent. I will get there, brother. I
we'll
will.
get you there. I'm gonna have to fly out to Portland, and ladies, anybody from Portland? No, you're not. You don't live in Portland, but we're going to go to Portland,
No,
and we're
not Portland. Not Portland.
not Portland. Uh,
No, I'm too traditional for Portland.
oh, okay. Yeah,
Portland,
maybe
I don't know. Maybe if she was an import, not
an
from
import.
Portland per se. Not from Portland. Like she moved there from somewhere else. Portland's very
Yeah.
liberal. I'm very traditional. I'm
Oh,
not.
okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna like. I don't know. I read the
Hey,
Bible for what
hey,
it is, and
you know what? If you want a traditional black woman, the best place to go to look for black women. Hey, listen to me, white men and non-black men. The best place to go find a black woman, you're going. It's going to blow your mind when I tell you this. And hey, in the chat, where do you think the best place for a white man to find a black woman, a good white man to find a good black woman? Where would that be? I just want people to give me their opinion, and I'll give you mine. It ain't going to be what you think. College, okay. Church, okay, that's good. The food store, okay,
that guy's got to eat.
yeah. No, those are good answers. They are.
Yeah.
You know what? The best place to find a black woman,
Farmers market.
farmers market. Well, I would say go to a white neighborhood and find a black woman there.
Ooh.
I know that sounds crazy, right?
No, you'd have more in common.
Exactly. You know where my wife, and people make fun of me because they said, wow, you went to a white neighborhood to find a black wife. And look, I'm a white guy. My neighborhood was well, it was mostly Hispanic. They're in white.
Well, New Mexico, yeah.
Yeah, and that's just where I live. But my wife's neighborhood was white, upper middle class. And the reason I say, look, you can find a good black woman in any neighborhood. Don't get me wrong. But I found success with that. And here's the thing: my wife never dated a white man till me, and we got married. She didn't know what to expect from a white man, right? But she grew up in a white neighborhood, surrounded by white people in a white community. So even though I was the first white guy she dated, there was less of a hangup, less of the stereotypes and generalizations. It was more familiarity.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And I'm not saying go look for the whitest neighborhood, but what I'm saying is white men, non-black men, you don't have to go to the biggest black community to find a black woman. You don't. You could find her in your community wherever you live.
Well,
Because
now, Brent, I wanted to take a trip over to the Nile, so I can't go over there now.
the Nile,
Yeah, I was gonna follow the Nile River. They said from the east to west
Oh,
of the Nile. I'm just kidding.
no, but yeah, I'm just saying. I'm not. You can find good black women in a poor neighborhood, a middle class, or a wealthy neighborhood.
Mhm.
Um, but I'm just saying, you don't have to travel anywhere to find black women. And I would tell black women, you know what? You don't see white men going in your neighborhood if you live in a predominantly black neighborhood. You know why? Because they don't have to. Black women are in every neighborhood in America. And if you want to
Mm.
date a black woman, you can go anywhere.
Mhm.
And sometimes being in that neighborhood where there's a lot of white people, she's more familiar with white people. There's less stereotypes she has to deal with. Uh, it's she don't have to. She's more familiar with white people. It makes it a little bit easier. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And that's all I'm saying. I mean, my wife did come from a white neighborhood, and it's funny because people would make fun of me because of that. I'm like, well, it is what it
Why
is.
is that so funny?
Huh?
Why is it so funny though?
No, but it just it's not that it's funny. It's just that people with their stereotypes and with what they believe, it's like they thought I had to go to where a neighborhood had mostly black people to find a black wife.
Hmm.
And no, you don't have to do that.
Well,
And a
see,
lot,
I like to make fun of people who have these certain ideas about how life is supposed to work
right,
because you went to a middle upper income neighborhood and found a beautiful girl to date and marry. She just
right,
happened to be black.
right.
That's the only thing that they have a problem with. See,
And there's
that right there just cracks me up. It's like I don't really think people listen to themselves when they talk.
they don't. And the thing of it is, and here's the point: it's better to go to maybe not a white neighborhood, but a diverse neighborhood where people are familiar with each other.
Well,
Maybe
if you're
that's a
going to
better
live a
way to put it,
diverse life, you better have a diverse wife.
right? No, but
I'm
I'm
just
just
saying. Yeah.
I'm just saying, and my point is where's the black neighborhood?
Hmm.
I tried to find it, Corey. I drove around town and I asked direction. I said, "Where can I find the black neighborhood?" And people looked at me like I was crazy.
Because it didn't exist.
It don't exist.
It
It
didn't in
don't.
your town. Uh-uh.
It's more of a mindset. There ain't an actual neighborhood because
Hmm.
there's people in every group. You can find black women in the richest neighborhood or the poorest.
Hmm.
But one thing I would say about black women is you'll find character in black women on all economical levels.
Hmm.
You really will. Um, once you gain her trust and her love, I mean, I think that's one thing with black women. It don't really matter the neighborhood. It's just the connection and who, if she has your trust.
Hmm.
But it's easier to find a black woman in your neighborhood because she's more familiar with you, with your group of people. So it's easier to come together,
Hmm.
and that's kind of like my thing. I was the first white guy she dated, and we got married right away. Um,
Wow. You were her
and
first.
it worked.
You were
I
her
was
first, last white guy.
first and last. I'm going to let my ego build on that
There you go. You were her first and last white guy.
one. No, but seriously, and when I look at me and my wife, I mean, we just connected. We both our families, were middle class. We were both upper middle class, It just my wife's family lived in an upper class neighborhood. It just because my dad's stubborn and he stayed in the same house he bought his first and last, and
Mhm.
he started out in a lower middle class neighborhood and stayed in that lower class uh that lower middle class neighborhood even when he was upper middle class. And really, we were upper middle class family living in a lower middle class neighborhood. Does that make sense? But
Oh yeah.
that's my dad. He's like, that's home. That's where I'm staying. And me and
Mhm.
my brother are like, Dad, you got to get out of there. That neighborhood. Oh no, it's bad all over. No, it's not. It's just where you're at.
You're not going to convince him of nothing.
Hey, me and my brother got the hell out of there, but my dad
Yeah.
decided that's home and he's not moving. Hey,
Yep.
it is what it is. Uh,
That's
but
funny.
it is. I go visit my dad. I'm like, oh my god, Dad, you got to get out of here. This is not. but
Well, you know,
but
it's
what?
amazing. It's amazing to me, Brent, that
Uh
almost 5 years ago I found your channel
huh.
and you're still going strong. I mean, talk about encouraging. You've encouraged so many people since I've known you, and I don't think you realize just the type of effect you have on people.
Oh, I appreciate that. I don't know. I'm just doing me. I mean,
Well, that's why it's working. You're doing you.
yeah.
But
I
really, I mean, it's been almost 5 years since I found your channel.
wow.
Yeah.
We've been here a little while, huh? I, hey, I embrace those old days. I remember when we had like 40 subscribers.
Yep.
I remember me and my wife celebrating because we hit 40. I was like, oh, I got 40. I was like, Sandy, look at this. I was excited. She's like, oh, I'm so proud of you. And she hugged me. And hey, let's go celebrate. I'm like, um, but you know what was amazing? It is the people that come on, the support.
Mhm.
And Corey, a lot of those people when I began are still here, and that's a beautiful thing. And I'm just like, I just I embrace it. I love it.
Mhm.
And as crazy as YouTube could be, and sometimes I'm like, I don't even want to go on there because you get people that hate you that just you'll get harassed or crazy things. And then I think, oh, you know what? It's all worth it when I come on and I talk to people that, have my back, that understand what I'm saying. And, we don't have to go with the status quo. Uh, I mean, I've loved black women and people have told me I was wrong for it, my almost my whole life. And I'm like, no, we don't have to listen to that. We don't have to be like sheep and just go wherever everybody else is going. We could
Well, Brent,
choose our
if
own path.
if you reflect on the graph that showed the 44% better outcome,
Yeah,
would you said the status quo? Those people are living outside those
they
positive
are
numbers. They
right,
they have no comprehension of even to they can't even expect that good of a life because they're not even looking for it.
right.
They don't even know how to recognize it if they did see it. You gotta be in the right mindset to be willing to do something that's outside the norm, even though your results are 50% greater than the best results of the status quo. Now figure that one out.
Right.
That's got
Yeah,
that
and
That's a small group. That's a group of elites, if you ask me.
It is. And you know what? When I do stats, people get mad at me for that. And they say, oh, that's a lie. That's not. But, you know,
Hmm.
when they do that, and they tell me, they say, well, you know what? Black women aren't into you. They just like what you're saying. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's fine. I, I just, I'm
They
here to,
they like what you're saying. So how is this a negative thing?
yeah, like they don't look at you that way. They just like, wait, okay, how are they supposed to look at me? Uh, yeah,
He
black
said,
women don't.
how are they looking at you, bub?
Yeah, they're like, black women don't like you like that. What do you mean?
Hmm.
And I don't care what they think about me. If they're enjoying what I'm saying, well, that's the point. And I'm like, I got a wife that loves me, and my channel is uplifting other people, getting other people to open up their options. I don't know if these people are even looking at it the way I do. I don't know, but
Well, I
it,
just
it,
think it's funny that so many people can find fault in a relationship between a black woman and a white man when you see them clearly they're in love. You can see the longing in their eyes. You can tell by their body language that they really enjoy each other's company.
right?
But somebody's going to have a problem with it simply because of skin tone.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, even though we've got this timeless story of Solomon and Sheba. Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You
Uh,
know what?
Cleopatra and Antonius. Come
You know
on.
what,
The list
Corey?
goes on and on and on and on and on. I think Cleopatra was a dark skinned woman.
Oh yeah, of course she was.
I seen
Eh,
a figurine of Nefertiti too, and she was a black woman, not that made up. Mm-mm. That
yeah.
made up port or bust of Nefertiti that was made by a white woman in the 20s.
Go figure.
No, they showed because I'm a historic buff. I like
Yeah.
history, and they showed a figurine of Nefertiti, and she was a black woman. She was not that made up. Mm-mm. That woman,
Right.
that figure is false. It's a fake narrative. It's not even human. It was a white woman's imagination from Europe. They showed her picture. She'd done it multiple times over and over with Egyptian art, and she made that bust of Nefertiti, which was completely incorrect. Nobody's talking about it. They don't want to. Isn't it funny how people will embrace a lie because they don't want to rock the boat? That always surprises me. It's like black women have the Eve gene. Do you hear anybody talking about it? It's hardly ever brought up. No, no, no.
Yeah, it is hardly talked about it. And and it was I had a discussion about the Eugene with one of my friends. She's like, yeah. Well, what and this was a beautiful story, she said. She's like, you know, there's a disturbance and black women aren't being treated how they should be and protected. So she said spiritually, black women are bringing men home. And she said, what I mean by that is the black men ain't doing what they're supposed to, so they're going to other groups of men because everybody came from the black woman because she has the Eve gene. So she's calling you back in a way. And it sounds like science fiction, right? And she says, and you're being brought back because you're chosen because of the heart you have and the love you have in your heart. So people like you are coming in. and you're that investor, what you were talking about.
Hmm.
And I'm like, well, I don't know about that, but I do believe there's a divine purpose, and men that love black women. And I think it's God's way of making it right to the black woman because she's been mistreated. She's been, the least protected, and it's got to be fixed. If man can't fix it, God's going to have to. I
Mhm.
mean, I'm just saying. And maybe that's a way of fixing it is bringing other groups of men in here, to love and protect black women.
Yeah, see, that's the biggest thing. It's like anytime anybody says, "Well, you're not worthy to be loved," but who are you to say that, to make that statement? Who are you? That's what shocked me the most. I've never heard anybody talk that way about anybody else, and because I've seen it on YouTube a lot, these men are telling women, well, they're telling black women, "You're not worthy to be loved," and I'm just like, oh, you do know they're made in God's image, right? Who do you think is going to be offended here?
Right.
God will purposely, on purpose, intentionally make black women shine simply because of that arrogant statement. You can see it all through history. Anytime somebody's told something, like a judgment's been passed, it always blows up in the people's face that are pointing the finger. Always blows up every time.
Yeah.
It does. It just repeatedly blows up.
Well,
Like, who are you to tell me my creation is not worthy to be loved? Oh, I would take
right.
that personally. I would personally be offended. That would make me mad.
And you know what? The black woman, you look at the black woman compared to other women, right? And there's beauty in all women, but black women are different. They have a unique beauty to themselves. And I'm not just talking about the outwardly appearance, because that's unique too, but
Hmm.
I'm just talking about their heart and how committed black women are. You find a black woman that loves you, it's like you have everything. It's like if you do right as a man and you have a black woman that loves you, there's nothing that can stop you. There is nothing that can get in your way. There really isn't. It's you have a pathway to success, to happiness. And I found that, Corey. When I married my wife, it was like, my dad, he told me, he says, you have my blessings. Sandy is awesome. She's a great woman. And I never thought you would find a wife that good. And you got my blessing. But he said, son, you got to stick with her no matter what. This is forever. This is serious, he told me. I looked at him and I said, too easy. And he was like, his jaw just dropped when I said too easy. And the thing of it was, and later on he said, I understand why you said too easy. And it wasn't that I had an ego like, I can take on the world. I got this. No, it's like when I said too easy, it meant I got it made. This is too easy.
Hmm.
It's not hard for me to stand up for my wife and love my wife. It's forever. Well, forever is what I always wanted.
Hmm.
It's just me and her till we take our last breath. That's what I always dreamed of. So this is too easy. This is everything I ever wanted in life, and I got it. And he's just being a good father, telling me, hey, not everybody's going to understand your special love you have for each other. Okay. Not everybody's going to think it's a beautiful thing that you got a black wife. And that's what he was saying. And
Mm.
that's true. But it's not as bad as I thought it would be. When I say as bad as, I didn't think, I thought I would have to go through more of a struggle with people's hate and people having a problem with it than I had to. It don't matter how much hate I got, we're going to be fine. But the thing of it
I
is,
think the only person that's going to hate it the most might be my ex-wife.
yeah,
Sorry, I got to be a smart aleck. It just comes out. But
yeah,
then again, her family's got a racist background, so a southern background. Something I shouldn't have ignored when I was young. I can't say young and dumb because I noticed it, but I should have adhered more to the guidelines of how I grew up and was raised.
yeah.
But you make mistakes.
Man, I don't know.
Mm.
My grandfather was from the South, and he was like, I always thought black women were amazingly beautiful, but we didn't have access to them like you got. He told me that. I'm like,
This
wow.
must have been his ratchet white neighbor next door because my ex mother-in-law. Oh God.
Uh,
Ugh. Yeah, it is.
well,
I never even noticed because of how well they looked on the outside. It wasn't until I was completely invested with kids that all that stuff came out.
what's that?
All that deep set stuff from the South.
Oh yeah,
It
I,
wasn't in the open until my kids showed up.
I don't think it's from the. Well,
Georgia. Her mom came from Georgia.
yeah.
Yeah, but anyway. Yeah,
Well,
which doesn't work because my family is so diverse. It just like I just had to wait for the kids to grow up and move out so where they were safe, and then I was out. Hmm.
yeah.
I'm gonna have to pursue more to find my other half, and I say my other half because it's true. But I gave myself a 5-year plan, and that 5 years is about to run out. So one thing I certainly didn't want to do was rush into another relationship with a bunch of baggage
Yeah.
trailing on behind. All that stuff's been cut off.
Yeah.
I'm jealous of your life. I'm saying this out loud. I'm jealous of your life. You didn't have to go through it. I'm jealous of you. I'll say
You
it
know
right
what?
out.
I
That's why I'm here that's why I've been here so long. I'm jealous of you.
you're not jealous. Don't be jealous. Um,
Well, no, I mean it's a good thing,
yeah.
It's inspiring to do it the right way. Especially when you know that that's how I'm wired, been wired that way since I was 9 years old. It's like, I could have saved myself a lot
You,
of headache.
you, you know what was amazing with my life and why I could do what I did so easy? You know why it's
Mm,
so easy for me to say I love black women and it just flows naturally.
mhm.
Um and people say it's amazing. You just go on live and you show your face and you just say you love black women and they're amazing, they're the best and some of my friends say, "Wow." They're like, "I think black women are amazing too, but I just can't go out there and say it like you do." Like and the thing of it is, no, but the thing of it is Corey, my parents, they look, they knew where I was going. They said, "You're going to have a black wife," and we knew it before you could even start dating. And
Mhm.
and I talked to my mom. Remember, I was talking about my babysitter. I'm thinking, because I'm trying to figure out why am I in this mindset? How black women are amazing and beautiful, but I start thinking, how did I get
Mm-hmm.
so in love with black women that way to where it's black women are nothing? How did I arrive at that? I start thinking because I was never told to do that. I wasn't around black people that much to where I could say, well, that's my environment. That's why. No, no, no. I seeked out black women. It didn't matter what neighborhood I'm in. I'm going to find that black woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I thought about my babysitter, and that was a beautiful thing because when I go see my mom, I was more excited to see my babysitter. It's like I love that young woman. I was about 4 or 5, and she's a teenager, but she was just
I got a
awesome to
question.
me.
Did you ever find her later on and thank her?
I didn't. I
Oh,
wish I could. Um, I asked my mom information. She don't know much, but
that's
I
too
would
bad.
love to
Hopefully
meet
she gets
her.
to see some of these videos.
Yeah, if she does, God, if I ever find her, I have her on the show, and well, I'm 54, and she was about 17 when I was 4 or 5. So, heck, she might
Yeah.
be in her 70s now. I mean,
Oh, sure.
yeah, I don't know if she's even alive. Who knows? I mean, I mean,
Well, she's
no,
alive in you. I can tell you that.
oh,
She's
yeah. Hey,
definitely alive in you.
when I said I'm going to go to heaven one day and I'm going to hear somebody say, "Hey, big guy," and I'm going to go because I just no, but I talk about that. But my mom said, she said, "Son, you always loved black." She said, "You were 2 or 3, you would cling to black women. We'd be in a doctor's office, and you were infatuated. Something was going on." She said, "You just love black women." Eh,
Yep.
My mom said, "You were just meant to be with a black woman." And it's funny, and my dad's like, "Yeah, I saw that long ago." And,
Uh,
and it was like, they joked about it, but it was like they
well,
seen this.
they were never nervous with you because they already knew where you were headed.
Yeah, and the thing of it is they never tried to stop it or tried to so-called correct me. They just let. And I asked them about that. Didn't you ever think it was weird? They said, "Nah, we knew something was happening, so we just got out of the way."
Hmm.
And my dad's like, it the way the way my parents explained it, they said you had so much love that it we felt we just had to get out of the way because they felt it was something of God that had to do with they just what they wanted is me to have a wife that loved me. That was their
Hmm.
concern. They didn't care if it was a black woman or not. And I think and I love my parents for that because there was no controversy. There was no I could date black women and it was never a problem on my family. I,
Hmm.
I mean, it was kind of scary going to her family because, some of their fathers, black men, didn't, weren't too excited about seeing this little white boy with their
They didn't
their
want you
their
to.
little princess, right?
They didn't want a
So,
nightlight walking in the door.
right. So that was scary, but not all of them were like that. There were some that didn't
Right.
care, it's
Yep.
whatever. Um, but
Who let that thing in here?
right, but
I
with
bet you
my
felt terrible sometimes.
I didn't know what to think because I wasn't used to it. But
Poor kid.
but the thing of it is my parents, there was never a problem.
Mhm.
And the girlfriends I had were like, man, your parents are so nice, and they treat me like they don't treat me like I'm your girlfriend. What one one of my girlfriends said, they don't treat me like I'm your girlfriend. They treat me like I'm your sister. I'm like, what do you mean? No, they treat me like part of the family. And that's how my parents were. They, you know, they knew where I was going. They got out of the way and let me live my life. And I'm grateful for my parents for that, because there was no confusion. There was no, the only confusion I got was from my so-called friends that said, well, you ought to try dating other women because you're weird and, you're biased. And I'm like, and
Yeah.
I tried dating two white women, and I felt so out of place, and I
Yeah.
felt like it just
The only
didn't
thing
feel
you
right.
needed to change was your friends. You didn't need to
Yeah,
make any other adjustments other than changing your friends.
that was it. And,
Period.
and after that, I was like, no, I can't do this. You know what? I am
Nope.
biased. Yeah, I am. I'm that. You know what? I'm one-sided. I'm weird. Okay. Uh,
You
I'm
just look your
living my
buddies in
life.
the eye and say, your sisters are safe. They're all safe. Your girlfriends are safe because they're white. It's just not a problem.
Right. I was just
You're
like,
all safe.
and Corey, that was,
Uh,
it's like my parents understood, but the rest of the world was just stupid. I don't know.
yeah, they don't matter. They don't count anyway. It's only the
Right?
44% of
Hey,
people who are enjoying the good life. I'm going to say it that way. That 44% are the only ones who are actually going to understand where you're coming from.
yeah.
Everybody else, they got blinders on. They got
You know
public
what?
opinion pressure. They're living under so much pressure, it ain't even funny. You and your wife, you and Sandy chose to live outside that pressure. And that's why you're so
Right.
happy. That's why you're
And,
so happy.
you know what my brother told me? He says, man, and he says, you and Sandy are amazing. And I'm like, yeah, we are, but why do you say that? He says, well, it's like you guys have your own life, you have your own culture. It's like you're not, you're just being, you guys are just being yourself, and it's just like you take the best things out of both communities, and you're just happy, and you just do you.
Yeah, the
And
difference between a leader and a follower. You're a leader, your brother's a follower. It's that simple.
well, I wouldn't say he's a follower. He just
Well,
felt
you
it was
showed
amazing.
you and Sandy think for yourselves, and he's still following other people's opinions. That's a follower.
Mm.
It's not a sign of weakness because there are leaders and followers. It's not a negative, is what I'm saying.
Well, he was just putting out there how we just do our own thing.
Was he secretly jealous? Did he echo what I just said earlier? Was he jealous of your
I don't. I'm not going to say. I just think he just seen something that was neat, and he just was pointing it out.
Well, a life full of love is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It is. And there's so many people out there making the wrong choices with the wrong people, and they're totally missing it.
Right.
It's really simple. If you're making the wrong choices and you're hoping for the best, well, all I gotta say is stop hoping and start following the proper.
Right.
You quit rolling dice with your future.
Right.
Um,
You.
First of all,
You
there's a
know.
beautiful woman out there with melanine, beautiful hair, beautiful eyes, and you probably belong together. For any of these white guys that are going to hear this later, you probably belong together. Quit chasing Becky. She's not your type. Becky's not your type. Let me just say it. She's not your type. That beautiful black woman over there that your eyes keep locking. That's your type.
Right.
That's your type. I felt that in the store 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. And it's like, but it was too early. They'll probably still be together, but no, that was too quick for me.
Yeah. I don't know. You know what we used to say in the army? It was like we'd always say, you ever heard that saying, lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way? That says it all. Lead,
if,
follow, or get the hell out of the way. It's
if
like,
you don't know how to lead and you're in my road, don't hold it against me if I leave a boot mark on your butt, because
yeah.
I can't wait. You never let the weak set the pace. That's what I always say. And the way my dad is, that just he's my God, he's almost 80 years old and he's still building houses.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he packed up and moved to a complete another state just because he wanted to retire up there and built another house.
Wow.
Pushing 80 years old. They used to make jokes about him and his energy. It cracks me up. But that's who raised us anyway. Me and my brothers. But no, it's just for any white guys listening to this channel, your eyes keep locking like a target lock on missiles, or something. If you feel like you're in target lock when your eyes meet and you're getting the same thing back, well, man, step away from Becky. I mean, if you're locked in a relationship, I'm not encouraging breaking up. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. But
all right, we're going to talk about the Becky return policy.
yeah, I sent
Oh
mine
my
back to
God.
her. I sent her back to her mama.
You know what?
The warranty was voided.
Oh my God.
Oh, that was bad.
Hey, that was the worst. I got the most hate for when I did that video about the Becky return policy. And I wasn't trying to be mean. I was just stating a fact, right?
Well, isn't it funny when you talk about Becky, how much hate you get?
Oh God. And it's from black
My
men. It's
God, don't you
crazy.
dare go there. Don't you talk about Becky.
Yeah. It was like, and I wasn't really going in on Becky. It was like, I was
Right.
explaining, and you know this, Corey. When white women date or marry black men, right? And
Okay.
they come back to the so-called white community, and they get with a white man, and he feels some kind of way because, and white men do this. I've seen it where they'll be like, have a problem because she was with a black man and can't cope with that, but yet the white man will get with a black woman and she can have all the black kids in the world and he'll adopt them all and just accept her, no problem. But a white woman comes with biracial kids, it's like there's a lockup. Or she don't even have to have kids. There's a barrier. And I talked about this, how white women, when they date and marry out, they lose their value when they come back, right? And I don't mean they lose their value as human beings. I would never say that. But with dating white men, they don't embrace that. And I would, and my thought was always like, okay, the past is the past. You guys love each other. Why are you hung up on this? And I would talk to some of these white men and they would say it's not because she was with him. It's because when they go over there, they give us the finger and we ain't shit. And now they want to come back and be with us now. It's like we're second place. It's like,
Oh, their butt hurt.
yeah, well, but that's a common thing. It's Yeah.
Well, anybody that you know intentionally insults somebody when they make a decision to go somewhere else, honestly, they're kind of bringing it on themselves because they're the ones
Right,
that
right.
basically are segregating. You got to be careful doing that. It'll come around and bite you in the butt. Karma's a bitch.
It will. And then you take the innocent white woman that fell in love with this black dude and it didn't work out. And then she finds a white guy she loves. And then she gets a cold shoulder. She might have not left out there with hate and, but she's going to suffer because a lot of white women do that. They'll hate on their way out. Kind of like black men do when they go to other groups of women to black women.
Yeah, but then people are just negative by nature.
Right. No, but
really, the only thing they're receiving is what they've been giving out. That's karma. If that's what you're projecting, you will receive it.
No, but the thing of it is I was just talking about that from what I see.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say I agreed with it. I didn't. In fact, I have sympathy for these white women because I thought, man, what? This ain't really right, And there's women I know that say, hey, I really love this guy, but because I was with this other dude, it's like, and you gotta, and I feel bad. It's like, why can't he just, forget about it and just move on? But
well, there again, for me, I don't care who you're with. I just want to know my neighbors next door are as strong as they can be because my community is going to be strong when they're strong. Who they marry, who they partner with, that's their business.
Well, yeah, no, I get it, Corey. I don't want to drift. I'm just saying. I was just pointing out a point, something I seen, and what I've been told, and it kind of went along with Kim Kardashian, right? She got with Kanye West, that didn't work out, and then she tried to get with Tom Brady or Elon Musk, and like, no, you're not going to get these high-profile white guys. They see her as like.
To put it in perspective, she's not exactly high value.
No, she's not. But she never really.
I mean, the woman's made out of jello and concrete. That's not what I would call high value.
Jello and
she's
concrete.
One step away from a blow-up doll. I mean, most of 90% of her curves are fake.
Yeah. No, but that was the worst thing I could say I said about white women, but it wasn't really a bad thing. I was just saying what I observed, what I seen, and I had sympathy. But oh my God, they went in on me on this one. They're like, "Oh, you hate white women? What did you?" I'm like, okay." It was like, no, I don't hate them. I'm just pointing out a fact, and it's like.
Well, when it comes to the Kardashians, that is a family of a pass me. They get passed around.
Oh God,
that's not a pick me. That's a pass me.
Pass, pick me and pass me.
They're two different. Stop. They're two entirely different women. One's a pick me. One's a pass me.
I better stop because I was going to say a pick me and. Corey, I was going to say a pick me and pass me around.
Oh God! Well, you see the beautiful woman laying on the piano on my avatar. She don't have none of them body balloons.
Yeah.
Her nickname's not Bubbles. I don't know. I mean, okay for to take a picture of to look at, but in life application, no. Nope.
Yeah,
I think I'm just too old school. For me, I'm just too old school. And I don't, I'm not even. I don't regretfully say that. I proudly wear it like a badge of honor. I'm old school.
I thought about something, and if you guys are still watching, we got 43 still watching. Tell me what you guys.
Well, it's late.
Yeah, it is. Tell me what you think, guys. you know how on the internet we seen people go in on black women because of their weave, their makeup, and all this crap, right? I thought about something. Okay, black women are shamed for not being natural, right, with their hair and stuff, or they don't like them wearing a weave, which to me, I never cared, but what black women wear, I think black women are beautiful, right? But people go in on black women about that. But how about the women that get BBLs, uh have alterations done to their body to make their chest bigger or butt bigger, or I never see women being shamed for altering their body. Do you? I mean, I see black women being shamed for wearing a weave, which, okay, you could, she puts it in, it grows out, you take it out, oh well. But
Hmm.
altering your body, putting
Good
stuff
Lord.
in your body to make body parts bigger, right?
Have you seen some of the videos these women are taking out their ribs to make their waist look snatched?
Oh God. See
That
to
makes,
me,
oh my God.
I think women should just be their natural self. Don't alter your body. Um and because that seems like it's more drastic than wearing a weave. You know what I mean? Because I just
Well, I'm just like, my God, where do you draw the line?
no,
Like,
I'm just saying I don't see women getting shamed for altering their bodies. And look, women can do whatever they want, but what I'm saying is, but they get a lot of flack on how they have their hair, and I'm like, okay, you you put in a weave and you're not natural, that's wrong, but you get a BBL and nobody cares.
you know what's funny?
I
These
don't know.
these men that have a problem with women and the way they dress up their hair. What
Right?
is the guy like jealous of his girl's hair?
He wants a weave for himself. He wants
God.
a
Well,
man weave.
usually people only talk about what they're jealous about. It's just like, yo, you need to detune that, chill. I, what
Oh,
I was, we were watching this stuff and they were talking about black women, and then
uh-huh.
you see the other side, and they got Becky, and she's actually putting makeup on and stuff, trying to give herself black woman's features, through makeup and stage.
Yeah.
And there's one guy picked up a bag of wet wipes, makeup remover pads, and he hands it out to these white ladies. He goes, "Anybody?" Because they were talking smack, and it's just like, black women
Hey,
have the most beautiful natural faces out of any other woman on the planet.
right.
Period.
Hey,
All the other women are jealous.
I, I want to talk about this comment. Indiana Mom put, black men worship non-black women for looking like a. That is true. Oh
Mm-hmm.
my God. Look, I was at work and I talked about this, right? And the black guys I work with, right? They know how much they know I'm married to a black woman, and they know about my channel too. And they came to me one day. They said, "Hey, we got to show you something." I'm like, "What do
Oh
you want to
god.
show me? What's going on?" I knew
Uh,
it couldn't be
yep.
anything good, right?
Right.
They said, "Look, you're going to love this, and
Mm.
it might change your mind on something." I'm like, "What the heck are you talking about?" And they said, "Well, just come over here." I said, "Okay." So I
Uh,
walked over, and there was this white woman, right? And she was new, and she was wearing yoga pants, right? and you know, it was real tight, and these guys were looking at her, lusting at her. Like, oh my God, look at her butt. Hey, you like this, right? Look, she's got a body of a black woman, but she's white. What do you think about that, huh? And I'm like, and I said, you guys, I said, you're over here lusting after this white woman. And I said, and you and one of the guys is married. And I said, you're married. But yet, you jokers call me a fetishizer.
Yeah, and it's like
And I'm like,
level 9,000 right here.
and I shook my head and I'm like, oh, and I just walked off. I was like, okay. It makes no sense. And what I found out is it's like they were amazed that this white woman had a body of a black woman, and they were loving that stuff. They couldn't stop talking about it. They had to show me like they were proud of it. Look, there's a white woman, looks like you like that, don't you, huh? We know you like black women, but here you go. I'm like, oh my God.
Brett, did you ever wonder why? You ever wonder why these guys are satisfied with an imitation when they could just go after the original?
Right?
I get it. And not only that, but black women have a better tan, naturally.
Right.
Oh my God. You know, as soon as they started in, your brain must have been drifting off. Oh, you're gonna make my brain melt.
I was like, oh my gosh.
Their IQ is smaller than their shoe size.
And then I'm thinking, okay, these dudes are so worried about a white man fetishizing a black woman, but all they do is fetishize. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I have a lot of fun every time I bring it up, and depending on if I'm around men or women, you know, it clearly depicts how I talk. But you get the men that are like, well, you know, those Latino women, and then you know those white women, you know those Asian women, and on and on and on. Everything trying to get me to sidestep, and they're all looking for a gotcha moment. And I'm just like, well, you know, there are some amazingly beautiful women that are white, that are Latino, that are Asian, but they better not try to compete for my attention when it comes to a black woman, because they do not measure up. They're not even in the running. And then they look at me, it's just like, you cold. And I just laugh. It's like, well, why are you wasting your energy?
Yeah, right. And it's like, and they tell me, oh, you like black, but you don't find any other women beautiful. I'm like, oh yeah, I see beauty. I see beauty in all women.
Sure.
I mean, but if it comes to dating and marriage, it's black women or nothing. People can't understand that. You love black women, and that's it. Yes. Do you find other women attractive? I see beauty in them, but I'm not attracted to them. Oh, that's weird. Exactly. What's wrong with you?
That's weird.
And I'm like, I just love black women. Is that okay? All right, leave me alone.
Well, you see, I'm kind of cold and heartless sometimes. When they go in too deep and too long, I just think you need therapy. You know, they accuse me of fetishizing, but they can't get their brain off of the subject.
Right.
It's so funny to tell a woman, you know, especially the ones that are flirting with you. Well, me, I'm single, so, you know, they flirt with me. But I'm just like, I only date black women. And they're like, why do you only date black women? Because I think they're beautiful and they're cute little faces, like a Precious Moments, or, you know, their beautiful eyes or something like that. And then that one lady goes, well, I'm black on the inside. And I just like, oh, God, here we go. No, I'm leaving.
A white woman told you that?
Yeah.
That's funny.
It was embarrassing. I won't tell you what I told her.
That sounds desperate.
Yeah. Very.
that sounds like okay. I'll pretend on that to please you if you. Yeah, that just weird.
I stopped pretending in school,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
elementary. You know, that was the most recent,
Oh,
absurdity
that's
that I've had to deal with. But
wow.
because I don't know what it is, but some women, they're just like, well, if you don't find me desirable, then you must hate me. And it's like, I don't hate you. You haven't done nothing
Yeah.
for me to hate, but
Hey,
I do not have to desire you to have a healthy, you know, work
hey,
relationship. Just
and
leave it at
and
that.
Corey, that's the crazy thing about uh on the on the other side of the swirl, right?
Hmm.
They think that I hate white women so, and I'm like, what made you
Yeah,
think
because you don't desire them. Just
Yeah,
simply because you don't desire
yeah,
them.
because the passion ain't there. I gotta hate them because I'm married to a black woman. I gotta hate other groups of women. Like what? Where did they get this? Like,
Well, if you break it down, they're literally saying, I can't believe you have the audacity not to fetishize about me.
right?
That, if you break it down into a logical form, you know, it's literally they're saying to you, I cannot believe you have the audacity to not fetishize me sexually. It's like, sorry, sweetie, but you don't even put yourself in that running because you're not there. You're not there. You're not on stage. You're not even there. Not even on the radar. Goodbye. Please,
you're not,
goodbye.
you're
Please, goodbye.
you're not on the team. You're not even on the practice squad. Go away.
Yeah, yeah. You're not even a backup player. You're not even on the bench. No, you didn't make the cut. You didn't make the team.
yeah.
You know, getting because I'm 54, so your confidence level changes a lot. I've dealt
Uh,
with many people from many different walks of life. What they do not like is a level of confidence that has um, that they can't break, that they
yeah.
can't sway. That right there, I think, is more offensive to them because a lot of people feel like they are worth more if they can influence other people, and when they can't influence you, they get offended. Like, what? You think you're better than me? And it's like, I don't think anything. I do think you're wasting your time, but
right.
but I watch people real close. I kind of dive into it a little, maybe too deep, but because I've been around so many different walks of life from so many different kinds of people that it just comes up real quick, and it's like I don't have that much time to waste on you. While you sort out life, I'd rather move on, and I got other things to do, and other people to do it with, and then it's not you. And but that one lady, the latest one, is like, when this white girl said I'm black on the inside, it made my skin crawl. I mean,
Wow.
it's not a fear, it was a disgust because first of all, she just openly admitted that she was a cheat a cheat past me and thought I would be,
Wow.
and she thought I was the type of person that would indulge in her. God.
Wow. I never heard nothing like that. So she's saying you could be with her and she'll let you fantasize that she's a black woman.
Yeah, if I want to pretend.
What the? Oh
I
my
haven't
god.
been I haven't been
Okay.
on a date since I got divorced because, well, first of all, women are not a mystery to me after 3 decades of marriage. I'm
Well,
not like
hey,
I'm not exploring life or it's
hey, look, I haven't. Hey, last time I went on a date was 1993, and that was with my wife, right? So maybe marriages are going down because you get these weird women saying stuff like that. Oh,
Well, yeah. I've had a lot of people say, "Well, you need to date. You need to date." And it's like you don't understand. My brain is wired in such a way. I only operate in a husband mentality, even though I'm divorced. And no, I am not still connected to my ex-wife. She's already married off. That has been severed. I did it myself, but my brain's
right.
still wired that way. I am not a dater. Dating to me is hookup culture, and I don't play those games.
Yeah.
It's just maybe in my teens, but shoot, I was married at 22. You know,
Okay.
I was engaged for 2 years, Brent.
Oh, were you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was basically, I've been in a monogamous mindset since 1990. If I can, like, I don't date, not hookup date.
You know what? Speaking of that, and I'm gonna be honest. You know that there were women in my life that could have been my wife that I messed up with.
Hmm.
Um, Black women, and I look back and I'm like, oh my god, that was really stupid. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I did some really stupid stuff. I threw away blessings I had. Thank thank God that God loves me enough to keep giving me blessings till I figure it out. Right?
Yeah, he
Um.
just waited for you and hoping you didn't mess it up with Sandy.
Oh God. You know, and
I had to throw it out there.
no, but I look back and the women that I dated back when I was younger, before I got married, I was like, these were really amazing women. But I was
Hmm.
too stupid to freaking figure it out. And you know, I look back and I finally got it together with my wife Sandy because I was like, I knew what I wanted and I seen the light.
Hmm.
And I think so many times people that are with black women, it's not the black women that are at fault, it's the men. And I look at the black community and the marriage rates and the divorce rate, and I see them blaming black women, but I realize it's not black women's fault. It's just we don't know how to love black women. And I learned that through my life. It's like, but I figured it out. And once you do that, it's like you're in paradise. And you know, I got married at 24, so I mean, people will say that's young. In my family, that's I'm a late bloomer for some reason. But uh,
Well, you
most
went into
other
the
people,
military, so
that's real young,
yeah, your
huh?
military career kind of put that on hold.
Well,
The late
I,
bloomer
I
part.
actually it wasn't that. Uh, I got I went in the army and married my wife like
Hmm.
4 months after that. I proposed to my wife 2 months after we started dating.
Oh, wow.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, I
Okay.
was quick, but I knew what I wanted. And the thing of it is when I dated my wife, I mean immediately I knew who her brother was, her mom, her cousins, her I knew the whole family. And it's like they're like, okay. Um, it was like I don't know, it's just meant to be. It just happened. And it worked
Hmm.
out. But yeah, it was but at I look at black women and I'm like, if people's eyes were just open and you can see the blessing. I
Hmm.
just, because I've seen men that have opened up to black women and end up being married for several years, having children, and some of them are marrying single mothers, and here's a hidden treasure too. I would say too, black women are that hidden treasure, but you got black women that are single mothers that will be amazing wives. It just so happens that they trusted the wrong guy and ended up being a single mom. Um, and the thing of it is 98% of us could have been a single parent. Let's be honest. But yeah, we're going to shame women because we told them to be submissive, and they were, and they become single mothers, but we're going to shame them for that. I don't know. And act like they did it by themselves. But anyway, I better stop. I'm going on a drift. But
I
seriously,
probably should get off of here. You've been on this channel for 4.5 hours.
we have, haven't we? I
Well,
better get
you
to bed.
have. I showed up later.
Yeah.
Good Lord, it's what is
Hey,
it? 1 o'clock your time?
no, it's 11:52. I'm only an hour behind you, Corey.
Oh, I thought you were 2 hours.
No, I'm Mountain Time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, but it was fun talking, and you know what? This was a good discussion. And
Well, yeah, I
you
like
know,
our discussions. This channel, your channel is awesome.
well, thanks. I appreciate it. But seriously, black women, white men, hey, give each other a chance. Black women, give that crazy black guy a chance. He might seem a little odd, but give him a chance. White men, look, you know you already love the black woman. It's in our DNA. Let's
Mm.
stop hiding it. Get
Yeah,
out of your
especially when
comfort
these white
zone.
guys, these white guys, if you walk into a crowd in a public area and your eyes automatically pick out the only black woman in the crowd, you're just fooling yourself.
Right?
I mean, come
Hey,
on.
I would say black women, white men, give each other a chance. Uh, just give each other a chance. Get to know each other. Be cautious, okay? You got to vet people because
Oh,
there's
yeah.
corrupt people in all groups, okay?
Mhm.
But give each other a chance. And don't let those stereotypes and generalizations get you to start judging that person.
Mm.
Get to know them and hold them account for what they do, not for what you think they are. Um,
Mhm.
and white men, there are black women that will love you. Uh, you know, there was something that was disturbing, and a white guy told me this. He says, "I would date black women, but they hate white men, and they get mean." And I'm just like, no, no, don't believe that crap. Look, in my life, anytime I approach a black woman, if I got rejected, I've never had a black woman just go off on me. And maybe it's because I present myself in a loving way. And I've never had them just get crazy because I tried to talk to them. Usually it seemed like they felt guilty turning me down. It just, I think maybe I just got that appeal. I'm very respectful when I would approach women. I would be. And you know what? When I would get rejected, I would never get mad at her. Of course, my feelings were hurt, but oh well. But I never had no anger like, oh, you witch, you turned me down. I never felt that way.
Oh, that sounds extreme.
No, but there are a lot of dudes that look that a woman turns them down, and they get all mad and crazy, and it's like, okay, she wasn't
Well,
attracted to you. That's life.
That guy's a princess. A guy that does that is a princess. Come on.
He is, yeah.
Yeah,
But
he thinks he's a princess.
but actually, black women aren't hard to talk to. They'll listen to you, and you'll be amazed that there's more that will accept you than you ever thought. That happened to me. I was like, dang, she likes me too. Oh, okay. I'm just an average guy, but I have a chance. I mean, but seriously, give each other a chance.
Mhm.
You just never know. Don't throw in the towel before you even try. Okay?
Mhm.
That's it. I mean, you haven't won till you try, right? Doing
Right.
nothing is surrendering, throwing in the towel.
Well, doing nothing will get you nothing.
Right. I'd rather be defeated than throw in the towel. You know what I mean? I'd rather be
Mm.
rejected and at least put forth the effort than not do nothing and wonder, well, I wonder if she would have liked me. What if I tried? Okay, stop. That's just dumb. I mean, I mean, as people, we're kind of stupid at times, right? Well, I didn't approach her because she probably would have said no, and I didn't want to be rejected. Well, dumbass, you just rejected yourself because you didn't have the courage to
You know what's
to
funny?
try.
A guy that
But-
can't even muster up enough courage to go up and talk to a woman. I don't even like working next to a guy like that.
Right.
I mean, he's got the confidence of a gerbil, you know, and he's on the Serengeti where it's just surrounded by elephants. He's gonna one false move and he's like a grease spot. I don't. For me,
Hey,
if I want to talk to somebody, I just walk up and start talking.
you know what that's like not trying? It's like the knights back in the day fighting for control of Europe, right? They get their armor and they go into battle. And just think you'd have one guy that said, well, I'm afraid you're going to defeat me, so go ahead and ram your sword through me so I can end it. I mean, it makes as much sense, don't it?
Uh,
I mean,
oh my god. Yeah, that's not somebody I like to work with.
no, but that's about how much sense it makes, right? I
Mhm.
want to be with her, I want to date her, but I'm not going to talk to her because she might reject me. Okay, well, you just rejected yourself. Good job.
That's like, that's like the guy that told me not just a couple of days ago. If I ever offend you, I just want to apologize. So I told him where to go, how to get there, and I said that was in advance for when you do offend me. I mean, for the fact that he could actually come, that his brain thought that, it is like you deserve it. And stop being weak and don't talk to me like that again. Just don't talk to me like that again.
In
You
case I
know.
offend you, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you're a man. I will hold you to a man's standards. Don't talk to me like that again.
Oh, that's
Ah,
funny.
well, you know, I mean, if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna slap you. First of all, I don't want to be next to a man that has that mentality.
Right.
You need to be slapped. You need to be woke up. Like knock it off.
Yeah,
But
sometimes it
anyway,
has to happen.
well, you know, I mean, it happens to all of us. It's just when you've been slapped enough, you finally it registers. Okay, I don't do that again. But, well, anyway, I'll let you go. I'm having fun telling stories, talking
Oh yeah, we could be here
to
all night. This has been
people.
hey,
But
it's been
anyway,
good talking to you, Corey. I just yeah.
for all the
Uh
ladies and gentlemen in the chat, thank you for listening.
yeah.
You know, a couple of middle-aged guys up here talking about whatever But anyway,
Couple of crazy white dudes talking crazy and saying how much we love black women. But hey,
yeah, just like the movie Bambi, I'm Twitter pated when it comes to black women. I'm not afraid to say it.
right.
I wear it as a badge of honor. Twitter pated sounds cute. Works for me. I'm good. Hey J10, I need to come over there because you got the jewelry that I need to wear. If anything, just to put it on the channel and get a picture of me with her handcuffs on. Wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah, we love J10. J10, it's good to see you, young lady. You're awesome. It's
I sent her a bottle of perfume. She wanted to know what perfume men like. I went and bought her a bottle of perfume and sent it to her. It's like, this is what men like.
Yeah. You know what? I need to take a trip to Nashville. I need to go see go watch a hockey game. I haven't been to a hockey game in forever.
You serious? I thought
Yeah.
you were a hockey fanatic.
I am, but I haven't been to one in a while.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I love hockey. Hockey's like, oh my God, that's a beautiful sport. It gets violent. You can fight. Not like you used to be able to, but you can still a little bit. It's intense.
She got a lot of compliments on that perfume. She bought a refill.
Oh, you still have that jersey I sent you?
Oh, she's talking. Oh, yeah, that one. I still got mine too.
Do you? You still have your jersey? Yeah, I remember. I gave away quite a few jerseys. I remember when I started the channel, I'd wear a hockey jersey on different shows. I still got this. Sometimes I'll throw one on just for the heck of it.
Well, you're more robust than I am because I wear a medium, and that thing is, yeah, it.
Oh, they're big on me now. I've lost a lot of weight.
Good.
Yeah, oh my God, I had to go buy more clothes because my pants were falling off, and yeah.
Oh, that's terrible. Boy, you better keep your belt on.
Oh God, I have to wear a belt. But that's a good thing, I'll take that problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wear the jerseys baggy anyway because I like to have them loose. But yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
well, I got to get off here. I'm feeling guilty about keeping you up this late.
Oh, I'm off tomorrow. I got a couple days off.
Hey,
That's why I go live Saturday because I can sleep in.
How do you say her name? Kamani? She goes, you guys are still up?
Yeah, we're still up.
That's cute. Okay, I'm gonna get off here officially. I'll catch you on the next one, brother.
Hey, you sure you don't want to do like the old school lives we
used
to do?
Stop it. My God.
Quit. Hey, didn't we do a 14-hour one time? Oh my God. That was crazy.
Yeah, those shouldn't be done.
I was off the next day, but my wife woke up and she said, "You're still on the line?" I said, "Yeah." She just shook her head. She's like, "Okay, well, hurry up and come to bed because you need to get some sleep."
Yeah, I don't want to eventually meet you guys with my wife and Sandy be like, he should have been in bed 5 hours ago on that show.
But to be honest, me and my wife stay up late anyway. We're just night owls like that. It's funny because we'll fall asleep on the couch all laid out. My daughter he's like, "Oh, you come on, crazies, let me put you to bed."
All right, I'm gonna get up here.
Again. All right, Corey. Hey, thanks for being part of the show, man. I enjoyed it, and it's been fun. And we'll do this again. I'm gonna be doing this every Saturday, guys. Thank you guys for being part of this show. Let me put the camera back on. Yeah, I'm still awake. But hey, thanks for being part of this channel. Thanks for this platform. Ladies and gentlemen, you make this what it is. Okay. I enjoy doing this. You know, and ever since I started doing YouTube, I've had a blast. Okay. And I'm not going nowhere. Okay. As long as YouTube allows me to be here, I'm going to be here. We're going to have fun. And, you know, I enjoy it. It's a passion of mine. And I want to promote people opening up their options because, look, in today's world, a lot of times people within our own group take us for granted, you know, and I'm seeing it with black women and white men. I'm seeing, you know, black women, it seems, in my opinion, that a lot of times black men take you for granted. Well, in my community, it seems like Becky takes Brad for granted. Okay. I was never with Becky. You know, that's just me. I've always, you know, black women have always been my preference. And, you know, but there's no hate in that. It's where my heart is, you know, and I've been blessed. Look, when you talk about swirling and going to investment, I've been there, I've done that. Okay. I opened up my options back in 1985 when I dated my first girlfriend was a black girl back in high school when I was 16. And I got married to my wife in 94. Okay. And look, I've only been married once. Both me and my wife only been married once. The children we have are our children. You know, me and my wife did it the right way. And we got kids and grandkids, and our family's growing. I opened up my options. Me and my wife gave each other a chance. We found out, you know what? We had a blessing we didn't even know we had till we got married and lived it out. So I would say to black women, white men, or black women to non black men, you know, whether it's an Asian guy or another, open up your options. Give them a chance. Be vigilant, vet, and ladies, put yourself first. Black women, you are the best option. Okay? Whether society wants to tell you that or not, you are. Okay? And when I look at the stats and see that both white men and black men, we do the best with black women, it shows you have character. It shows that you truly are the best option. But anyway, that's the truth. Numbers don't lie. But anyway, I'm going to go tonight. You guys have a good weekend. Okay? Open up your options. Give each other a chance. Swirl to investment. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good night. God bless.